Good morning. It's Thursday, March 12th, 2026, and welcome to the Oregon Transportation Commission meeting. Wanted to thank everybody. That's beautiful. Wow. Oh. Okay. Well, I have lots of power apparently from the heavens. So I want to thank everybody that's here in person this morning, and also for those of you that are watching. I want to start out thanking the staff. First of all, this has been a brutal session for them once again, and I know everybody at ODOT is breathing a sigh of relief. I want to thank the leadership in the legislature for getting us through another tough patch. Although I'm not going to talk about my personal feelings of kicking the can down the road once again. I just said it, but we're concerned. We still have lots of work to do, and so we're looking forward to the time in between to get a lot of things accomplished before the next session, and to try to come up with some way to figure all of these problems out with ODOT. So with that said, we're going to move on to public comment. And first, I'm going to ask the people that are in the room to come up. So Nate McCoy and Dominic Waters, if you want to come up and get ready to speak, and we'll go first with Nate and then with Dominic.
I get to just set the tone for today, right?
You
That's
do.
what we're saying. Okay.
Welcome.
No pressure, no pressure. All right. Well, first and foremost, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all again. For the record, my name is Nate McCoy, President and CEO of the largest chapter of the National Association of Minority Contractors for the state of Oregon. I'd like to begin by honestly, thoroughly thanking you all as members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. We know the load you all carry. And I also want to make sure that folks know that the continued leadership and commitments to move this project forward collaboratively have not been fell on deaf ears. And we know that these have been tough times, but I think we've progressed a long way. I also want to recognize the hard work of the team at ODOT, as well as the project staff and the partners who have spent years planning, preparing, and positioning this project so that we can move towards construction. There has been an enormous amount of efforts invested at this point, and I want to acknowledge the dedication and persistence it has taken from everyone involved, including the construction team, who is very eager to get going and started. The importance of this project for Oregon is very clear. The I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project is an investment that benefits the entire state of Oregon, not just Portland region. This corridor is critical to the movement of people, freight, commerce throughout Oregon and the broader West Coast. Moving forward with this project will help improve safety, reduce congestion, and create more reliable transportation systems for thousands that cross I-5. The importance of the contractors and workers from the perspective of the construction industry. And I don't have to tell y'all this, but I want to say it for the record. One of the most important things right now is getting projects moving and working. Projects like this help ensure contractors, apprentices, and skilled tradespeople can stay working, which strengthens the construction workforce across Oregon. When projects move forward, it provides stability to families and to the workers in the industry. In addition, these opportunities help build contractor capacity, support small business growth, and strengthen the long-term health of Oregon's construction economy, while allowing small and diverse contractors to participate, for many, for the first time on major state investment infrastructure projects. And for our commitments to the community. We know that there has been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears of the community fighting for this project. And we want to see that we can champion something while still holding ourselves accountable to our budget concerns. I'm excited about the alignment and momentum I'm feeling. The project team recently briefed me on the work happening through the PMG. I am hearing a level of accountability and alignment that I was not hearing before, and I'm happy to be here to report this to you all today. The progress is meaningful and shows that collaboration is working, And as we continue building upon that momentum and move towards construction and closing, infrastructure investments like this support long-term economic development. And I think everybody is starting to talk about economic development a lot more now, including our governor. And I want to just again thank you all as commissioners, ODOT leadership, and the entire project team for the continued work and dedication. The planning has been done. The team is ready to go. And I think it's about time that we start building something. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. My name is Dominic Waters. I'm the owner of Crossover Construction, a minority general contractor that self-performs concrete. We have been gifted an opportunity to work on phase 1A of the project. We work hand in hand with Raymore's CMGC team to help us sort of step into our fullness as a mini prime and trying to grow us to be level up and become a prime contractor in our industry. This important decision you guys have is greatly impactful for our community on many fronts, but mainly for job creation. If the project doesn't move forward as promised and spread throughout the state, like I believe I understood from the last meeting here, less and less minority contractors will actually receive opportunities to do this work geographically, mainly because it's so spread out. We normally work in your centralized area for every contractor, right? Horror stories like these, along with the lack of timely pay on public works, are a big reason why our people don't get into commercial contracting. We stay in residential contracting, taking projects away like this, or, you know, it's taken me 60, 70 days on one public project to get paid, which is very difficult to sustain. Your important decision will allow for us to help build sustainable minority contractors that have the competency and fiscal responsibility to execute the work. We just don't get the opportunity. This is a unique time because we have a company like Raymore that is not hoarding the information like happens so much in this industry. They're actually sharing the information, trying to help us grow to stay in this business because we understand how tough it is to live in commercial construction, especially. And so the project's in good hands. They're doing a lot of teaching. I want to say that one time again, because I've been with other and worked with other contractors that use us for our DBE, MBE, but don't actually give us the jewels to stay. And you can die on at any moment in public contracting because of the shortcomings that I told you before. And it's really important to keep your word so we build trust with each other and you have the project team in place to really execute the work. So please make a good decision and help us be sustainable in this market. I thank you guys so much for having us.
And thank you for your comment. I don't believe we're going to be making a decision today to move to the next to C.
Okay.
But we are going to be getting an update, and I believe it's going to be in the on our May agenda.
Okay.
So
We'll see you there.
thank you. We will see you again.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming, taking the time to come. All right. She's on there. Okay, we're going to move to our virtual in-person, and the first person that we're going to have speak is Senator Betsy Johnson, and it's so great to hear from you. I haven't seen you or heard from you in a long time, so welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Director. For the record, my name is Betsy Johnson, and I very proudly served Northwest Oregon for 21 years in the Oregon legislature. I have been an active member of our Northwest Act. I recently attended a meeting and was really shocked to learn that there is a pending $400,000 expenditure to study a trail alignment between Scappoose and St. Helens. I learned subsequently that this is federal money with restrictions. I had originally thought I could try to steal some of it, and I will tell you about how that story ended. I wanted to steal 175,000 of it to do an improvement on Highway 26, but I'll get to that in a minute. I'm coming to the OTC because, in my opinion, this expenditure, the $400,000 to study the trail alignment, is an utter waste of money. I have been an advocate for trails in Northwest Oregon for experiential tourism and economic development. As a helicopter pilot, I flew much of the alignment of the linear trail in Vernonia. I worked with Director Sumption on the Salmonberry, and I'm asking today to direct your folks in Northwest Oregon not to execute a contract that will enrich some consultant and end up in a report that says a trail between St. Helens and Scappoose cannot be successfully achieved. Too much private property, built infrastructure, and wetlands. I would suggest, because of the restrictions on the federal money, and strongly recommend to you that this 400,000 be shifted to the Salmonberry, where segments are already under construction versus wasting $400,000 to yield a report that says you can't get there from here. And now the happy ending, I want to congratulate Representative Darcy Edwards for successfully inserting $173,000 into one of the budget reconciliation bills that will allow the fire station, the auxiliary fire station in Banks, to activate cross arms that will stop traffic on Highway 26 and allow for safety apparatus to enter the highway. Unfortunately, that's a very popular road between the valley and the beach, and the drivers are so thoughtless that they will not accommodate fire and safety apparatus coming onto the road. And so now we have solved that problem. I don't need to try to steal some of your trail money, but I'm begging you not to waste it to deliver a report that says this trail between Scappoose and St. Helens is simply not feasible. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and I hope if contracts have not been executed, that you will speak to Mr. Jablonski and tell him, let's repurpose this money to a trail that is already underway and has much, much, much design work over a number of years already executed. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sure if any of the commissioners want, they can reach out to you and get additional information if they need it. So thank you.
Absolutely. All my numbers are the same. No longer honorable, but still around.
Oh, you will always be. So in my
Thank you.
book anyway.
Thank you for your time.
All right. You take care. Right. Next we have Joe Courtwright. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, Joe Courtwright, I'm an economist and director of City Observatory. Senator Johnson is a tough act to follow. I'd like to talk about financial honesty, and I want to make 3 points. First of all, I want to touch on something that isn't actually on your agenda, but which should be, the Interstate Bridge Project. As you know, we've been promised an estimate for a long time. And in fact, the documents we obtained by a public records request indicate that the estimate that we provided to the public, which came out in August of last year, was designed and purposed to be provided to the 2026 session of both the Oregon and Washington legislatures. As you probably know, they're not going to release that estimate until tomorrow. Today is the day that the Washington legislature adjourns. Last week is when the Oregon legislature adjourns. This project consciously chose to withhold the estimate until after both legislative sessions had adjourned. Moreover, the previous project director in August of last year directed his staff to keep the estimates secret. So I just want to suggest, first of all, we're not doing a good job of being accountable and transparent to important public officials. We're gaming the system and keeping numbers secret. And that's a problem, and you need to be on top of it. Second, I want to talk about the Abernethy project. It's apparent that the Abernethy project is both behind schedule. It was supposed to be done in 2025, according to ODOT documents, and it's way over budget, more than 3 times its original estimated cost of $250 million. Now, the legislature in 2017, that's 8 years ago, directed that the department establish a dashboard to track all of the projects and report on their on-time and on-budget status. Your department has such a dashboard, but for the Abernethy project, it does not reveal that the project is either over budget or behind schedule. I want to suggest to you that you cannot solve a problem that you won't acknowledge that you have. And your department, and in today's report, is not being transparent with the public about how much the project cost has increased and how delayed it is. Unless we own up to those problems, we can't solve them. Third and finally, I'll talk about the Rose Quarter. Rose Quarter, we're proceeding on a piecemeal basis to fund individual steps without any clear idea of how we will pay for the whole project. Same is true, by the way, of the Interstate Bridge project. And what I want to suggest to you is, that project, according to former Commissioner Chapman, could cost as much as $2.5 billion. If accounted for properly, this approach to finance, to taking on projects, spending a little bit of money, not knowing how you pay for the whole project, implies that in a very real sense, the Oregon Department of Transportation is financially insolvent, functionally insolvent, not technically insolvent because it's a government, can't go broke, but the present value of all of the liabilities that you're signing up for with these projects well exceeds the present value of your future stream of revenues. That's unsustainable. And to your point, Commissioner, about kicking the can down the road is entirely the basis of the financial system of Oregon transportation. It needs to be fixed. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for your comments. Next, we have Dave, is it Gaisling? Gainsling, sorry.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm having some little tech problems here. Well,
It's
my
okay.
name's Dave Gansline. I'm legislative director of ABATE of Oregon. ABATE is a motorcyclist advocacy and safety group. When I was at the January meeting in person, I provided the chair and several commission members with copies of a proposal I've created called the Motorcyclist Bill of Rights. And I would really urge the OTC and ODOT to recognize motorcycles as alternative transportation and include motorcycles in transportation planning. Another thing that's becoming an issue, and the media has come to recognize this, and eventually they're going to demand action, is the increasing number of crashes and accidents involving e-scooters and e-bicycles or e-bikes. And ABATE of Oregon, Bike Pack of Oregon, the Concerned Motorcyclist Coalition, and the Motorcycle Rider Foundation would be happy to partner with the Oregon Transportation Commission and ODOT to create guidelines to increase safety on these vehicles so they can be safely enjoyed by their users and not become statistics that are used against the motorcycling community. And I welcome any questions you might have in the time I have remaining.
Thank you for your comment, and we will pass that on. Director shaking her head, so thank you.
Thank you.
Right, next we have Chris Smith.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Chris.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Chris Smith, representing the No More Freeways campaign. I was very interested in your discussion last month about the Interstate Bridge project, and particularly moved by Commissioner Baker's words, which I'm going to, in part, quote back to you. The plan internally would be we spend the amount of money that we've got allocated right now, and then we come back for more, and we spend until we run out of money, and then we come back and ask for more. And a few sentences later, I believe that's not the appropriate way to do it. Well, I'm going to challenge you that I believe that's exactly what you're doing with Rose Quarter. You have a pot of $167 million that I'll remind you, not the legislature, allocated by canceling some other STIP projects to create a match for a grant you didn't get. But the money is still in the Rose Quarter budget, and you are determined to spend it. So you're trying to invent a scope that makes sense for that money with the plan that you'll come back and ask the legislature for more later. That scope is basically to build a few hundred feet of an auxiliary lane that will run straight into the abutment for the Weidler overpass. So that lane has absolutely no utility until you get hundreds more $1 million to tear down those overpasses and rebuild them wider to accommodate the new lane. You will sell that to FHWA as having independent utility by adding a veneer of safety and seismic benefits. But let's be honest with ourselves, we're building a lane to nowhere. I think that is not fiscally responsible with our taxpayer money, and I hope when you get to this in May, you will make a different decision. I want to comment on one other aspect of the Rose Quarter project, which is the creation of the project management group. I think that's actually a positive development. We had urged ODOT in the past to reinstate the old executive steering committee, which was disbanded after the highway cover decision. We believe that those connections with local governments and stakeholders were important. We're glad to see that recreated. However, we would very much like to see that be, as was the old executive steering committee, an open and transparent group. The meetings of the project management group should be open to the public, subject to public meeting law and all that transparency. And I would urge you to ask the agency to make that group public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Tony Jones. Good morning. Whoops, you're muted, I believe.
Okay, great.
There you go.
Morning. My name
Good
is
morning.
Tony Jones. I'm the Chair of Economic Development for the Coalition of Black Men. The Coalition of Black Men requests that the Oregon Transportation Commission continues its support for funding and assisting in the success of Phase 1 of the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project. The Coalition of Black Men thanks you for your dedication and commitment to implement a major transportation and economic development investment in our region. The I-5 Rose Quarter corridor must be rebuilt to address a key transportation bottleneck in the Western Transportation Corridor. Moving forward with the project will help improve transportation safety and reliability for the thousands of people who travel through this corridor every day. We are pleased that the Hamilton Sunt joint venture in association with Raymore Construction is meeting and exceeding the contracting and workforce targets for minorities, women, and veterans. This partnership is yielding measurable economic results for Black, minority, women, and veteran households. Our households are earning living wages and growing in their professional careers through contracting and employment opportunities. We are pleased to see the number of construction trades that are working on the project. We appreciate that ODOT and the OTC are keeping their commitments to the community. The COBM is also pleased that our regional partners, such as ODOT, Metro, City of Portland, Albina Vision Trust, the Truckers Association, for example, are working together to continue to plan this important and significant transportation project. A successfully planned and constructed transportation corridor means an economically viable region and state for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and we are do have your letter in front of us this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that is the last person to speak this morning in public comment. And so we are going to move on to item B, which is the director's report.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Lisa Sumption, Director, Interim Director here. Can't hear me? Yeah, there we go. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm happy to report that the legislature wrapped up on March 6th, and I'm also happy to share that we are not heading into layoffs and severe budget reductions at the moment. The House and the Senate passed 2 bills that address our current funding gap, and Governor Kotek is expected to sign them very soon into law. So in the absence of the revenue from House Bill 3991, this legislation provides critical short-term, emphasizing short-term solutions to address a significant funding gap and provide much needed stability for the rest of the budget through 27. You're going to hear more about that from Deputy Director Brower and Director of External Relations, William Asiba, in a few minutes, but I also want to just recognize the folks who are in the room from leadership. We have spent the last 10 weeks preparing for the absolute worst case scenario. And I want to thank the employees in this organization because they have been doing this for over a year. and the morale and the uncertainty and all of the things that are going through everyone's head, wondering if they're going to have jobs and take care of their families, has been just overwhelming at best. So we're enhancing communication, and I just want to thank this team for doing everything they've done. I think all of us have spent more time over at the Capitol than any of us ever had anticipated, and I'm super proud of how they've handled it, and I'm excited this is where we are, and I'm super excited to get us to 27 to not do this anymore. So off of that, unless you have questions about that. Actually, when Travis and Leah come up, you can ask them all the hard questions. They're ready for them. Do you want to do some region and division highlights? I think we have a couple of slides. There we go. Okay, so positive stuff. ODOT projects received the following awards from the American Council of Engineering Companies of Oregon in late January. You see them there on the slide. I just have to highlight the historic River Highway because I think I've helped work on that one for like 20 years. So I'm super excited. Then the next round of awards, we received the following projects awards from the Asphalt Pavement Association of Oregon at the Paving Conference on February 17th. And there's one in here that's not only an award, I think this is the one we actually set a record on as well. The smoothness, the International Roughness Index score of 27 is the lowest ever recorded by ODOT. Look at that team. The pavement is cool. All right, and then the next round, I don't think we have a slide for this one, but we were able to allow folks to attend the annual safety symposium here in Salem on February 18th. And so partners in attendance included Oregon Chapter of Association of General Contractors. I see Con here in the room. American Council of Engineering Companies, the Oregon Chapter, the Asphalt Pavement Association of Oregon, David Evans and Associates State Police, Oregon Trucking Association, and SAFE. So I want to say thank you to all of our partners for coming together and just discussing our industry safety standards. DMV's done some cool stuff. Amy's back there in the room, but we've launched 6 online videos linked to the DMV2U online portal. One of them demonstrates how customers can log in, and the other one walks customers through specific transactions. Driving folks online will allow them to do simple transactions and reduce lines at DMV offices and help our staff have a little bit of relief there. I'm also happy to report, I think my first week here, I got a phone call about the Lakeview office. And as the Parks Director, I actually know where Lakeview is, about the fact that we didn't have services there. It's the only office that we have one employee at. And I'm happy to report that on March 23rd, we will be back up and serving that community. And really grateful for the Klamath office for sending an employee over there to help and keep the community supported, but that is great news. And then I think I sent you all an email, but I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that we've made some administrative and staffing changes in the Public Transportation Division. It's now under the Policy, Data, and Analysis Division. The core work of PD is not changed. It'll be seamless. Amanda Pietz is back in the room, and I want to give her a huge shout out. She was willing to step up. She's going to oversee the PDAT and the PDD group, and she's doing a great job. I see Andrea is also back in the room, and I want to say thank you to Andrea. She stepped up because we also asked Suzanne Carlson, because Susan Peitzman is going to go help us work on the 27 work. And so Suzanne Carlson's going to the climate office, and Andrea stepped up there. So they're all merging and melding together, and I'm excited about the work they're going to do. And I think those are the updates I have to share.
So yes, I know I have a comment here.
Yes.
He looks at me.
Wait, did you only get one question?
Yeah, he only gets one question.
Yeah, the last 2 pieces that you talked about,
Yeah.
the quality of the work and the awards that were won, and then the staffing.
Yeah.
I think we up here really appreciate that you've had 700 vacancies and that the team has been doing the job the way it was done before the 700 vacancies existed. And you can only do that for so long. And from my perspective, I really appreciate the team. You've mentioned a couple of real stellar leaders in your comments, and I'm happy to see them step up, but they keep stepping up and stepping up. So I think, the faster we can get some relief in place and get things smoothed out, because you can only work this hard for so long. And I think, I recognize that, and I think my fellow commissioners do as well. So, just a big thank you for the team.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you.
Other comments? Vice Chair?
it was really nice to see the awards for the paving and all of that, because I drive a couple of those stretches quite a bit. The unfortunate thing I think people don't appreciate is how often that paving needs to be redone. And I could tell you, just outside of some of those areas on I-5, we're developing some really nice potholes. You know, so that's going to be tough over the next 18 months dealing with all of that. But I appreciate the hard work the staff has done very much in doing that. I know the two acts that I have, the people are very appreciative of the ODOT staff that's working in those areas. The other comment, it was very nice to see the Lakeville office refilled. I mean, I think sometimes most of us who live in the valley don't have an appreciation for that. We mentioned that that office would be backed up by Klamath Falls.
Yeah.
Klamath Falls is
a
over
long
2
way.
hours from Lakeville. You know,
It's a lot.
that's a long way.
Yeah.
So thanks for
Yeah.
doing that.
Yes, and I was gonna say, it's nice to hear the good things that we're doing. And I think that we have gotten lost over the last couple of years of not being able to really show our appreciation to staff. And I know I've been on the commission quite a while, and we used to actually bring them in and thank them. And now with budget constraints, it's hard to bring people to Salem. But if we get out in their communities, we really need to show our appreciation. I think for the taxpayers, one of the things, and the Lakeview, I'm very familiar with Lakeview. It's over close to my neck of the woods, so I think 4 hours. But I've spent a lot of time in that community, and to have to go all the way to Klamath Falls for services, I can't even imagine. And it reminds me of a stint of about 10 years where I lived in Montana where we had to do that. And I think people forget all of the things that ODOT does, and it will show. It's going to start showing. I'm watching the staff, and I know what they've been going through for the last couple of years. And the emotional roller coaster that you described of not knowing, do I have a job? Am I going to be able to continue at ODOT is real. And we have to remember that there are people involved here, and there will be people involved in the future if we don't fix this. So we need to really put our heads together and really come up with solutions. So I'm going to stop because I could go on all day. But any other comments from the commission? Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. So I think that that's all that of your director's report. Is that
That's it.
correct? Okay,
Yep.
I do know on the consent agenda items, you're looking for a motion on that, but there is a question. I'm only allowing them, this is number 2. Commissioner Baker.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question on consent agenda item number 5.
Okay, Daniel will come up
And
and
the bean counter in me comes out when
I'm going to give you the bean counter extraordinaire.
anxious to look for both the debits and the credits. And so we've got a bunch of additional money that is flowing into the bridge and seismic program, a little smaller amount, but a considerable amount into preservation and culvert programs. And I was just curious where the money was coming from. We showed up hearing, and so it would be helpful to understand that piece.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, Chair Brown, Commissioners. For the record, Daniel Porter, ODOT Finance and Budget Division Administrator. Commissioner Baker, this revenue is the House Bill 2017 ODOT allocation of the tax and fee increases from House Bill 2017. This is, if you think about how this sort of flows, you get the amount of total revenue that comes in. There's an off the top for the Rose Quarter or the UMS projects. There's an off the top for Safe Routes to School. And then there's ODOT gets 50%, counties get 30%, and then cities get 20%. Of the ODOT's 50%, you have the 10 million goes to safety projects. And then the remainder amount, 70% is bridge seismic, 24% is preservation culvert, 6% is maintenance. So of the 70% bridge seismic, 24% pres culvert, that revenue gets allocated in the STIP. And again, think about this as like the STIP's developed essentially like a few years in advance. And so when we started this with House Bill 2017, we didn't know exactly for sure what the revenue, we had estimates, but the revenue was going to come in and get phased in over time. So you had an initial set of increases in 2018, and then you had another set of increases in 2020, another set of increases in 2022, and then the last set in 24. So this has been phased in over time so there's been some revenue volatility associated with like what the estimates were going to look like. And then we had to sort of program all of what that might look like in the STIP. And as you can see, we sort of over-programmed in the first initial tranche in the STIP, and then we essentially under-programmed since then. I think so what this is additional revenue that's come in specifically for these types of projects that is just sitting there that hasn't been allocated at this time. So going forward, right, now that we know we've sold all there was a 480 million in bonds that were going to be sold. So those bonds have been sold. We have the debt service schedule. We know exactly what that's going to look like. The House of 2017 has been fully phased in. So while it's still a forecast of what revenues will look like, at least it's very much more stable now that we know what the final rates look like. So we expect the volatility to go away and be more accurate in our forecast. I mean, we're off like 6.7%, like cumulatively over this time. I would love that to be lower, right? So it will be lower going forward. But this is essentially extra revenue that's come in and that we have ability to allocate back into the STIP. That can't be used anywhere else unless the legislature redirects it.
And is it subject in future years to go up and down as well? Because it's an estimate, or is this?
I mean, it will fluctuate as, think about this as a combination of fuels tax increases, registration, title fees, weight mile tax. So as the economy moves, so those will move. They don't move. They're not the most volatile sources, right? But like fuel prices, right, spiking right now, right? That's going to have an impact on fuel sales, which will impact revenue. Okay, so those are the kinds of, there can be like geopolitical issues. There could be other economic factors that could influence the forecast, but they shouldn't be too dramatic unless there's something really dramatic happens that causes that.
Okay, thank you.
Changes.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Any other additional questions on items on the consent calendar or on this? Okay, I'm looking for a motion.
Thank you.
Chair, move adoption of the consent calendar.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? If not, we'll vote. All those in favor of adopting the consent calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Right. Now we are going to move on to item D, HB 3991. Good morning, Travis and Malia.
I should move a little closer. I'm trying to avoid you or something.
That way we don't have to.
Right, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Byer, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Deputy Director. I'll let Malia introduce herself.
Good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, members of the commission, Malia Masiba, ODOT's Director of External Affairs.
So this is a little bit of an omnibus item that amalgamates a number of different items really related to budget and funding and legislation. So we're going to walk you through a number of interrelated concepts here, starting with the legislative session, which Ms. Masiba will cover. We'll talk a little bit about the budget status and closing ODOT's budget gap, future funding conversation. I believe Ms. Brooks will come up briefly to talk about some of that, all the way up through HB 3991 implementation. Oops, and I will give Malia the clicker.
So yeah, we'll go ahead and start off with a 2026 legislative short session update for you all. Yep. A little bit better. Is it good? Okay. So short session update this year, the legislature gavelled in on February 2nd and they sine-died on the evening of Friday, March 6th. I have not used this before, so here we go. There were 304 measures introduced. Ultimately, out of those, there were 18 bills that passed that had some kind of agency impact for ODOT. We're really going to focus on some of the budget issues, but just really quickly, these were sort of the things that ODOT was tracking. Of course, this deck is available to you if you want to look at any of these in closer detail. Ultimately, there were 2 bills that passed that had really some type of impact for ODOT. In House Bill 4007, ODOT did receive some unfunded pilot work to do a milk truck, some milk truck work. And then in 1544, there were some adjustments made to sort of the match distribution, which ultimately lowered city match requirements. And so the result of that is there'll be more ODOT funding in order to make some of those local projects, bring those to completion. So this was sort of the larger universe of bills that ODOT was really paying close attention to. Outside of course, the big ticket item in 2026, our real focus was ODOT's budget rebalance. Ultimately, I'm very excited to say that the agency and the state was successful in finding a rebalance solution for ODOT's budget for this biennia. That came in 2 parts. There were pieces in House Bill 5204 and in Senate Bill 1601 that did a combination of redirecting revenue that ODOT had, as well as doing some state and federal swapping. So no new revenue generated, just sort of moving around revenue that was here. So I'll pause for a second if there are any questions there. Otherwise, Travis, we're going to go into the budget stuff a little bit more in detail.
I believe Vice Chair.
The changes in 1601, those are just for the rest of this fiscal year.
Yep.
The remainder of the
Biennium.
Biennium.
Then the balances revert, not balances, but the allocations, that's the right word. Revert back to what was in 2017.
That is correct, Vice Chair. It is a one-time redirection of funds this biennium. It essentially says, notwithstanding any other provisional law, $35 million or $17 million is shifted from one place to another. We'll walk you through those all in depth.
It won't advance.
Oh, I'll take it.
Oh, there it goes.
I was actually going to go back and just note,
Okay.
when you look across the totality of this, they're really, I should have break it down into 3 different categories of how they close the budget gap. All this is laid out really nicely in this summary document that we provided to the OTC, and it's available to the public as well. And there's detail in there. We're happy to answer any questions, go into more detail. So the budget reductions are about a quarter of that. And we'll walk through what those mean and how those are allocated. About 40% of the total of $296 million comes from highway funds that are shifted from highway construction to highway operations and maintenance and agency operations and maintenance. And then about a third of the funds are the redirection of multimodal and other program funds. So just to give you a broad sense of how that breaks out. So the budget reductions in the bill really reduce the budgets of all of our O&M functions, operations and maintenance, that are funded by the state highway fund, based partially on what we laid out for the Legislative Fiscal Office about where there was some savings that could be addressed. Most of the savings within the $78.2 million actually will come from savings we've already achieved this biennium in the first 8 months of the year through holding those 700 positions vacant and other austerity measures. So most of this will be addressed just with the savings we've already booked through austerity really in the first third of the biennium. However, in order to achieve these savings, we were also directed to hold an additional 138 positions vacant for the rest of the biennium. About 2/3 of those are in project delivery. We'll talk a little bit about the project delivery budget coming up. I want to note that is on top of 120 positions that were eliminated at the legislatively adopted budget in 2025. That's a total of about 260 positions, or more than 5% of our workforce. So there is going to be less capacity within the agency than there was in the past, but it will be better than today when we have all of those vacancies that we're holding. And so overall, we are overwhelmingly grateful that no layoffs are required, but there will be reduced service levels compared to the past. As we've noted, we have about 700 positions vacant. It's about 15% of our workforce. We are actively beginning the hiring process for those positions. We had a group of them queued up to go out on the street. So those are getting posted on a daily basis. And we're going to be continuing to fill those positions over time. The reality is, though, with 700 positions, there is going to be a lot of work to do to recruit for that. We can't even recruit for all those. We do have to hold 138 of them vacant. So what you will see is over time, ODOT staffing back up and giving some much needed relief to all those folks who've been working extra hard as their colleagues have left the agency. We have not been able to fill positions for really at least a year. And even before that, we were reducing staffing levels.
Vice Chair has a question for you, Travis.
Travis, the 138 positions, were they identified as specific positions or just you have to keep 138 positions?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Vice Chair, yeah, it was not specific. They were legislative fiscal offices. We worked with them. Were very generous in not directing specific positions. Simply that each of those divisions has to meet those budgetary requirements and hold the specified number of positions vacant. Again, about 2/3 of those in project delivery.
So you continue to have position authority for all of those that weren't eliminated in the last budget. You just can't fill them.
Yep, that is correct. And they will continue in our agency or into our next current service level budget that we'll be bringing to you later in the year. They are not eliminated. So that was a benefit to us as well, as the hope is that there will be a permanent, long-term, sustainable funding solution that will allow us to fill those positions eventually. All right, so just to show you where these reductions have happened, I showed here the 2026 reductions stacked on top of the reductions that were made by the legislature in 2025. In this round, as in the past, we sought to preserve maintenance and customer service as much as possible, while taking some reductions in administration as well as project delivery, which has a smaller project pipeline right now. So there is some natural ability to reduce staffing in project delivery, as we've talked about with you. The reduction in projects coming down the pipe will mean we need a few fewer staff in that area. So as you can see, overall, the legislature did focus much of the reduction on project delivery as well as administrative services. And we really did try to hold maintenance, DMV and commerce compliance, so those frontline customer service areas of the agency largely whole. The reduction in maintenance there is basically just the vacancies that we have had, the savings we've had over the first 8 months of the year. So they are really hopefully going to be able to ramp up in terms of their level of service compared to where we're at today. Again, it will be a little bit lower than it has been in the past. It's important to note, though, that these reductions stack on other reductions that have been made, in 2025 and even before that. So the cumulative nature of that is pretty significant. We'd already taken about $150 million in reductions, so our budget is that much lower than it otherwise would have been. So we're at now, this biennium, a $230 million reduction essentially from our past level of service. So that is not insignificant. That's the biggest reduction we have taken in any biennium to date. So we will have to do less with less in many areas of the agency. But by closing that budget gap that we had identified, we'll be able to do better than we are today with the deep reductions and austerity measures that we have put in place. So we'll be relaxing those austerity measures. All right, so let's turn to the legislative redirection of funds. The legislature redirected $218 million in total funding that was within ODOT's budget. All of these are transportation funds that went to various programs, primarily grant programs and projects. So that basically this is project funding that has now been shifted into operations and maintenance. This is an explicitly one-time action that is for this biennium. And we do not anticipate having to cancel any projects that are already funded. However, across all of these areas, grant programs and the highway projects, we will be reducing the size of grant programs, delaying them, and in many cases having to backfill the highway funds with other funds that otherwise would have been available for new and additional projects on the state system. So there is a significant opportunity cost associated with that. The largest single source of reductions and redirections was reallocation from specific named projects in the bill. So you'll recall in HB 2017, the legislature named a number of projects all across the state and directed us to complete those using the funding that comes from that bill. So the legislature saved $6 million by canceling a project on Highway 58. That proved infeasible. Very little work had been done when that was inserted into the bill. And it turns out after we did the environmental review, it simply wasn't one that was possible to complete. They also changed the law in a very creative way that we brought forward. I want to thank Jeff Flowers from our statewide investment management section for coming up with this very creative idea, which is to find projects that are named in the bill that have not yet closed out. Some of these are ones that are still under construction or that are going to construction. And we will have the authority now under this legislation, rather than using, as originally specified, HB 2017 funds, we're able to move those HB 2017 funds specifically designated to projects over to operations and maintenance and allowed to backfill those projects with Federal Highway Administration formula funds that are available to the agency. So all of these projects will be kept whole. We will use our annual redistribution of FHWA funds. That is something that we've come to you periodically to seek direction on how to use those funds. That is, FHWA collects up all the unused funds across the nation, primarily from discretionary grants, and redistributes them each August to the states. Because of the structure of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, we've been getting record amounts of that federal redistribution. And we have come to you and you gave us direction to use those on additional fix-it projects to backfill some of the funds that had to go over to I-205 Abernethy Bridge, as well as to pay some of the costs of the ADA program so we can kind of buy that down and not have to spend as much in the next step. So we just received word from Federal Highway Administration that once again this year, we will have a record redistribution amount. So some of that will be able to cover that, backfill the funds that are being moved over to operations and maintenance. However, there's an opportunity cost for that. Instead of using those funds for additional fix-it and ADA projects to buy down that program cost, we're going to be using it just to backfill the existing HB 2017 projects. So again, a significant opportunity cost. Similarly, with the HB 2017 fix-it projects, this is the bridge, seismic, pavement, and culvert projects that Mr. Porter just spoke to. $35 million was redirected from there into operations and maintenance. Now, by coincidence, we had just done the reconciliation that was on consent item 5 that found that there was a little bit more money available. And so that $35 million, rather than requiring us to cancel or delay projects, will be filled from those $50 million that was shown on consent 5 in order to avoid canceling those projects. So that was a fortuitous opportunity. But again, the opportunity cost is instead of having $50 million for new and additional projects in the STIP, that will be reduced by $35 million. It's important to note here that the legislature chose not to redirect funds from other specific projects or any of the major projects such as the Center Street Bridge or Rose Quarter. And that obviously will be relevant for our discussion later today on the Rose Quarter project. We can talk through any more questions you have on that front. There were also a number of multimodal programs and other programs that were impacted by these redirections, about a third of the total.
Well, then I think Vice Chair has a question.
The discussions, to the extent I guess you're privy to those discussions that came out, do we view the legislatures not taking money from the Center Street Bridge and the Rose Quarter as a limited commitment to continue their projects? I mean, is that it? I mean, because those were legislatively not designed, but allocated projects.
Yeah. Yeah, Vice Chair Byer, I think, at least we can say that the legislature chose not to redirect those funds. I would not necessarily say that means that they have committed to providing additional funds. But I'll ask Malia if she has any additional insight.
No, I think that's right. I think that the legislature's focus this session was really what redirections could they do to make ODOT's budget whole for this biennium by doing the least harm possible to projects that were either underway or in the queue, et cetera. So, and they were able to do that without touching those larger projects.
One thing I will note on the Rose Quarter is that obviously everything was on the table, and that was one that was discussed. I mean, when we shared with the Legislative Fiscal Office the opportunities, that was one of them. However, with the Rose Quarter, that comes out of the $30 million in urban mobility strategy funds that comes off the top of HB 2017. Of that 30 million, $16 million has already been bonded. Of the $14 million remaining, some of that is needed for I-205 and for phase 1B, the remainder of it would be going to I-205 and phase 1B of the Rose Quarter, but some of it is needed just to pay for the contracts that have already been obligated for I-205 and phase 1A of the Rose Quarter. Once those were accounted for, the actual annual amount that was available for the Rose Quarter or from the Rose Quarter funding, if it was redirected, was only about half of that $14 million. And so really this biennium, you would have had a very small amount of money that could have been redirected from the Rose Quarter project.
Madam Chair, just comment on there. It's a bit perplexing. I mean, I think I have to take that as saying the legislature decided those two projects were important in 2017, and given the opportunity to take the money away this time, they said, nope, those are still important projects. We just haven't figured out. I guess what you have to say is they're saying we just haven't figured out how to pay for them yet.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
We're
Well, that was
making
helpful.
assumptions, but
I can just share. I heard a little bit about the legislative horse wrangling around this rebalance, and I think that projects like I-5 Rose Quarter and Center Street Bridge had specific legislative champions who didn't convince all of their colleagues, but convinced enough of their colleagues that those projects stayed untouched by this rebalance.
we know you don't have a crystal ball. But I think it's difficult, and this is the piece that we struggle with, because we don't know which direction sometimes, or it'll change on a dime, and we have to pivot. And so it's hard, and we're making an assumption. But there's going to be conversations that are going to take place between now and 27. So we'll see where it lands.
Yeah.
I just don't want to, there's a lot of people in the room looking at me right now going, what does this mean for me? And we don't have an answer.
Yeah. I think that's right. We don't have an answer yet. And I'll just reiterate, I think the legislature's priority this session in particular really was they were focused on finding the short-term fix that would keep ODOT above, right? Rather than making, for what the term is worth, more political decisions. That was really not what their focus was and the intent of the outcomes of this session. So, yeah.
Hey, I'll go ahead and make my comment. I was going to wait till Travis was done going through this chart, but yeah, we really need to emphasize the short-term nature of this rebalance.
Absolutely.
And I want to say that I want to make it really clear for people that services delayed are services denied. We are not going to be able to do multimodal projects in this biennium that would make pedestrians, cyclists, particularly kids trying to get to school safer. We will not be able to get down those STIP lists into the next tier of projects. We will not be able to fund Connect Oregon projects. They've been scraping together funds for 3 or 4 years to be able to offer a funding cycle of Connect Oregon for rail and maritime and air projects. These are services delayed and they are services denied. And anyone who says, "Oh, look, ODOT just worked within the funds that they had, and they made their whole budget work out this biennium," is not being honest with the people of the state, that we are denying people services that we really need right now. So I do hope that as we look towards the next legislative session, we can have some serious discussions about what a sustainable funding program for ODOT is. I mean, at the same time as I want to point out the shortcomings of this rebalance, I also want to express appreciation that we don't have to lay off 700 people, that we don't have to we don't have to forego core maintenance on our roads for the rest of this biennium. Ice and snow removal, fixing cracks, removing trees and landslide debris that fall on our roads. I'm glad that we can cover those needs, but it comes at a cost in a lot of other places, and we need to reemphasize that to the legislature, I think, in particular, as they think about what is a sustainable funding level for ODOT and where that revenue comes from in the future.
I think Vice Chair has one more comment, and then we'll let you speak. We're not going to let you speak. Sorry.
Well, I just wanted to agree with the commissioner on that last piece. And I'm very appreciative of what the legislature did to cobble this together this time. But I think it's really important that, we tell the public, to the extent that they're listening, these changes will not work for a full budget year.
Yep.
The next fiscal year is that, and it does leave the statewide system with inadequate repairs. I mean, we're going to have more and more potholes that people are going to go into. We just will not be able to do everything that needs to be done. So this holds us together for 18 months, but after that, the legislature and the public has to come to grips with how well they want to maintain the system. Thank you for indulging that.
All well said, and you took about half my talking points for the remainder of this slide. I'll walk you through the multimodal programs, though, and you're familiar with many of these. I want to emphasize that for all these grant programs, the funds that are already awarded are secure. What is affected are the funds that are unallocated and unobligated to projects. So in general, we'll be canceling or delaying or reducing the size of grant programs that we had planned. And that will have very real impacts on what folks can build using these funds. So the Safe Routes to School program, as you're well aware, helps kids walk, bike, and roll safer to school by building bike lanes and sidewalks and safe crossings. That will be reduced by $17 million for the construction program. We will still have federal funding for the education grants because that is not impacted. State Routes to School projects are generally average about $1 million each in the last round. So you're talking about like 17 communities that won't be getting an investment. The round was going to start, I believe, this month, and now that's going to be pushed out a year, and it will be smaller than it otherwise would have been. So we're essentially losing this year's opportunity for Safe Routes to School programs. The privilege tax on new vehicle sales in Oregon, most of that goes into the Connect Oregon program. We already have that round underway, and grant applications are due March 27th. We said that would be around $75 million. So stripping this funding out means we've got a round of about $30 million. That would be the smallest Connect Oregon round to date. It does depend a little bit on how much of the federal grant match set aside we need to use to match federal grants that have been committed. You've approved a number of those here at the commission, and so we have to wait to find the outcome of that. So we'll be back later in the year when we come back to you, probably in the fall, on that program, to be able to tell you exactly how large that is and how many projects can be funded. And we've also had to put the federal grant match program on hold. So we've lost that opportunity to use those Connect Oregon funds to go leverage, sometimes, $4 for every $1 of Connect Oregon that we have put forward. So that is a challenge as well. Portion of the privilege tax also going into the Community Paths program that goes into the Multimodal Active Transportation Fund. We combine that with the Transportation Alternatives program funds. That was actually the federal funds that Senator Johnson spoke to earlier today, along with the bike excise tax and occasional fusions from the Transportation Operations Fund to fund this community paths program. Only the privilege tax portion of that will be impacted. So there still will be resources for community paths, but that will be $8 million less that we can build those off-road paths for recreation and commuting and for other purposes as well. The other major area was the Transportation Operating Fund. You'll hear me call this colloquially the lawnmower fund because it is from the gas tax paid on off-highway uses, which is not constitutionally restricted. So we put it into things like the programs you have shown there. The community charging program funds, level 2 charging stations, and businesses, multifamily housing. We still have some federal funds that will be used for that program, but essentially we're going to be losing the opportunity to fund more EV charging stations across the state. The Innovative Mobility Program is one that was created by the commission at Commissioner Simpson's request a few years ago. It was a one-time program that had $10 million in federal funds, $10 million in state funds. Now this will strip out half of the state funds from that. This is designed to improve access to public and active transportation for underserved communities. And so we still have a little bit of money that will be available, but that comes close to ending the program. There was $3 million from the passenger rail operations budget. This will not impact the Cascades rail service because when we did the full budget reconciliation, it turns out we did not need that money from the TOF, but it means we'll have to cover that from the custom license plate fund that is available for passenger rail. And that means that fund will be drawn down further than it would have been. Similarly, we had $2 million set aside for passenger rail grant match. That was actually funded out of that new Connect Oregon federal match program. So we freed that money up, and there was $2 million in reserves for the Transportation Operating Fund. This one makes me a bit nervous because this is the only money we have when there is a federal direction, a legislative direction, a regulatory direction to do something that is authorized in law, but which we can't use the state highway fund for. So for example, recently the Secretary of State's office put out new motor voter rules that will require DMV to take additional steps with customers at the counter. That will have to be paid for from the TOF, and we no longer have the reserves to cover that. So we will have to scrimp and save somewhere else in the TOF in order to cover that. And just about every year, something comes down from the feds or the legislature or some other regulatory body. And so we'll have to find some way to cover those costs because typically the legislature does not actually, when they pass a mandate like that, fund the implementation, directs us to take it out of this source. Last but not least, the Student Driver Training Fund provides reimbursements to providers who offer this education program for student drivers. Kids take the class and then they take the test through the student driver training provider. And that actually helps DMV because it means fewer kids have to come in and take the test in the office. We will still have enough money to continue paying providers. They get $210 per student in the program, but that has been flat for years. And we've been wanting to bump that up in order to make sure that we can provide an appropriate subsidy to keep kids going through that program because it's good for safety, it's good for DMV, it's good for families. So we'll have to wait to do that. We do have a legislative concept, I believe, that will be discussed later that will look at opportunities for bumping up that fee. So that is a overview of all of the redirections that were included in the budget and the law. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have.
We're going to let Commissioner Baker ask the question.
Thank you.
I'm going to
Madam
just
Chair.
bug you all day
I
long
know.
about this. I'm sorry.
Well, I really appreciate Commissioner Chang's comments, and they got an exclamation point on your comment about what happens to projects and programs, and you said that we would cancel or delay. We obviously selected these programs with reason, deliberation, and suggestion. How do we go about at this point saying we're delaying a project or a program or we're canceling? And how do we communicate that? And how do we get feedback?
Yeah, Commissioner Baker.
And timing on that too would be.
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, I will reemphasize, we're not canceling or delaying any projects. We're canceling or delaying grant rounds. So that will be one of the key things. So I think a lot of folks were worried that their existing project was actually going to go away. So we've begun that process actually, because especially for Connect Oregon, that is an open round of grants. So just yesterday or the day before, we sent out a notice letting people know that the round is still on. There will be money available, but it's going to be a lot less than it otherwise would have been. Safe Routes to School, we had sent out a notice in the fall that said, hey, get ready for a round of grants that's coming in February, March. We this week sent out that notice saying there will not be a round of grants this year. It will be delayed and it will be smaller. So we are taking those steps. You will see for each of these grant programs where we have an email list that's subscribed to those. We'll be notifying people appropriately. That information is going to go on the website, and we're doing that very quickly, particularly for those that have a little bit more urgency to them because they are already open or we had built the anticipation that they would be open early in the year.
So you answered the delay question, which I'm pleased. What do you envision would be canceled?
So what has been canceled in particular is the federal matching opportunity for Connect Oregon. And I guess you could say that depending on how you define cancel versus delay, that the grant round for Safe Routes to School this year, you could say it's been delayed a year, you could say it was canceled for this year. Similarly with the community charging program, that has been essentially canceled for this year, will be delayed into the future if that is included in our budget in a future cycle.
Okay. I think about the importance of these words with regard to our constituencies, and we don't want to leave a false impression.
Yep.
So we need to keep our promises where we can keep our promises.
Absolutely. And Commissioner Baker, that is one of the things, we have found some of the least impactful ways to manage this significant reduction of funds. We did everything we could to protect existing projects that had already been selected. And so I think that will, in some cases, lead people to say, well, there really aren't that many impacts. There are significant impacts. We've just done our very, very best to make them limited on projects that are already out there and really focus on the opportunity costs of not being able to make investments we otherwise would have made that will make our communities safer, more sustainable, better places to live.
Commissioner Chang.
I wanted to provide just one more example of how services delayed are services denied, at least for a time. I've been tracking DMV staffing at field offices in the central office. Over the last few years, DMV has worked hard to become more efficient, modernize in various ways to be able to free up FTE to be placed out in field offices. I mean, we were just talking about how great it is that the Lakeview field office is open again. With those efficiencies, savings, modernizations in the DMV central office, we were in a position to actually increase staffing out in field offices. And we will not be able to do that this biennium. Those FTEs will sit vacant. We may be able to fill them eventually, but and that means that all those folks who are going to all those rural DMV offices that are only open a couple days a week, or that have really long lines when they get there, they are still going to be. I'm looking at you, Chair Brandt. they're going to still face long waits or being put on, getting an appointment, 3 weeks from now or what have you, because we are not able to fill those positions. I mean, and that is, again, I mean, it is a service that we may eventually get, but for the foreseeable future, we are denied those improved services. And there are, if we unpack these things, there are countless examples like that of how this unsustainable funding situation and pretending that we can do it all within within the currently available revenue is untrue.
And I'm glad you looked at me because one of the things I was thinking about, I was sitting here is the kiosk that DMV has. I remember going up to it and then it was like, what is the fee? And I remember saying to my husband, I'm not going to pay the fee. How stupid of me not to pay the fee, because it was minimal compared to the time I sat in a chair and the time I was away from my work and not being paid to do it. So for all the people in Oregon that are facing these situations, think about what this extra cost of using a kiosk or doing it online is worth it. It's worth your time. Think about time and money. And in that realm, if you have all the time in the world and you want to go sit in a DMV office, have at it. If you don't, there's easier ways. And the more that we can modernize our DMV, the better. Because it makes sense. And I think about Lakeview and it's like thinking about, well, I guess they could put it at one of the stores. I don't know if there is one there, but maybe that's a way of help backfilling that, not having that office open. And it's a lot cheaper than staffing it. So we'll have to get thoughtful in that. But you also have a lot of people my age who technology is kind of scary and we're not sure how we're using it. And so the easier it is, the better.
Absolutely.
stop there.
Yeah, well said. I mean, I for one have not stepped into a DMV for a transaction in something like 14 years because you can do just about everything except the occasional license renewal online.
Right.
And I found my last license renewal online is easier than some of my Amazon purchases. Very easy. So we're going to continue to do that. But I will tell you, all across the state, we still have many of our offices that are subject to unplanned closures or planned closures in the case of Lakeview, because we have not been able to hire enough staff. We have, particularly in the Portland metro region, wait times that are through the roof. Now it's getting better since Real ID with that surge of customers we had come in, but it's going to take a while to dig out of this. We can't simply hire 700 people, everywhere all at once, and so it's going to be a few months in order to get folks into those critical positions. And until then, we're still going to be seeing those impacts.
And when you have one person in the seat, I know I got notification Canyonville was closed the other day because the person was out sick. One person running an office can make a difference.
Yeah.
So this is our reality. Thank you, Travis.
Right, I will turn it over to Malia.
Well, I do think actually that's a sort of this conversation about the ongoing need despite the short-term fix, kind of a good pivot toward talking about really our two major priorities for the interim right now. And I'll touch briefly on the legislative concept development, just because we're going to be back in front of you this afternoon to go through that a little bit more. So other than LCs, which the state agencies always develop in an even numbered year, kind of parallel to setting up the agency request budget. And again, Daniel and I will be back this afternoon to talk about LCs and POPs. But the other big focus is really starting to talk about a 2027 transportation funding package. And I'll just echo the comments made by commissioners this morning that really, this is going to be time for Oregonians and leadership to really take a fundamental look at how we reimagine the transportation system and how we support it. So I believe Kelly Brooks in the room to talk really briefly about the governor's plan for a funding package in 27.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you.
Seeing you. I don't know what that
I don't know.
is.
I mean, how does it, do I need it? Is it, I don't know
You
what it's
might pull it
protecting.
a
It's
little-
shielding me from something. Do I need to get
Just pull a
closer?
little closer.
All
I
right.
think.
Can y'all hear me?
Okay.
Good. Okay.
Good.
Yes, I'm here to talk about 2027, which seems important because every single one of you has brought it up. So I'll get into that. But first, I do have some thank yous to dole out. First, I want to thank the ODOT team who helped get us through this short session. It was incredibly difficult. Specifically, Director Sumption and Malia, who really had to jump into the deep end of the pool pretty fast and kind of get up to speed on a lot of things and really did a great job. So I appreciate you both very, very much. I also want to appreciate all of you because you've been at this a long time and it was very tense, as you all mentioned. We had a lot to lose. And so the stakes were high and I really appreciate you being there. And I also want to give a shout out to our legislators. The governor started calling folks in to meetings in December with the leadership of both parties. They came, they showed up, we talked through issues, and specifically the folks leading the Ways and Means process really stepped up to help. And I just feel like they all deserve a little bit of a pat on the back right now because we do have a lot of work to do, but it would have been even harder had we not been able to get some redirection assistance in the short session. So, but as you all pointed out, if we just stop here, we actually have a bigger problem, an ongoing, bigger, worse problem that only continues to get more and more awful. Travis's red bars on those charts just keep going down and down. We'll be back to cuts if we don't come up with something that is more sustainable and comprehensive. The governor knows that, and that is why she is pulling together and convening a table, a work group specifically, of folks to start working on 2027 and what a comprehensive package will look like. That table will be bipartisan. It will have stakeholder expertise. It will have representation from folks that not only are kind of active kind of advocates for the system, but people that use it and people that pay for it. So how do we all come together and talk about that and also just recognize that this is happening in a different time? We have been talking about the problem for a long time. I don't know that we've all agreed on what that problem is, but we've been talking about the problem for a long time. And we are in a new place now, given what's happening on the ballot and elsewhere, where we have to take a new approach up to solutions. What is this? What problems do we want to solve? How are we going to solve them? And how are we going to do it together? And the one thing I know is that me specifically, cannot do it alone. So that is the next step now that we're kind of out of the short session, is to pull that together. The governor, we do intend to announce the formation of that group next week. So I'm not going to give you all the details today, sorry. But it is coming in to hold the first meeting of that work group in April. Some things that I'm excited about is you heard that Susan Pythman has been assigned to be the project manager. Could not be more thrilled about this. Having a dedicated project manager is already making a huge difference in just getting our ducks in a row and making sure we have all the supports we need, including the agency supports and the consulting supports that we're gonna need to have this level of a conversation. And I guess in a kind of on a, I can't go into all the details today. They are coming, I promise. It is real. It is really happening. We very much, and the governor specifically recognizes that this is not over. And in fact, in many ways, it's just the beginning. So thank you all for what will be a fairly intense year. If you thought you were about to get a break, none of us get one. I know you're tired. I'm tired, but I kind of like to be tired when I feel like the energy is starting to go towards something that may yield a product that I think helps us all. So kind of dust yourself off and get ready, because we're starting again to start pulling together what 2027 funding package will look like for us.
So questions from the commission? Commissioner Jay?
Kelly, can you tell us a little bit more, not who's on the work group, but what the scope of the work group's job is going to be?
Sure. I mean, at a high level, it really is what I said, which is we have a structural revenue issue. We have a set of needs. So the first thing they need to do is grapple with what do our adopted plans say we're supposed to be doing, and what are we actually doing, and how does our revenue match up with that? The scope of it will be beyond just ODOT. So it will look at local system needs and transit as well. So just know this is intended to be a transportation rebuilding effort, which extends beyond ODOT. Obviously, from the chair that I sit in, the thing that we'll be most actively and acutely focused on is ensuring we never show up to another legislative session with having to ask for an additional $40 million or whatever the number is in order to pay for snowplows. So we will be looking kind of holistically. We do this about every 10 years. We do a transportation funding package. And if you want to look at kind of what would be similar and why I think this will be successful, Governor Brown did something similar in 2016, heading into the 2017 package. It was called a Transportation Vision Report. It looked at the things we needed to pay for, how we should prioritize those things, and some solutions. And we were able to provide that to legislature. Vice Chair Byer was there at the time. I don't know how helpful he thought it was, but I think it did help in terms of at least framing the conversation. So it will look and feel a lot like that. We also have other states across the country right now that are doing. We have Illinois, Delaware, elsewhere. That Massachusetts just completed an effort like this that was governor led. So we have some good roadmaps, I would say, in order. So what's the level of analysis and prioritization that is really helpful heading into a legislative conversation?
So will the work group essentially produce a proposed package, or?
Oh, yeah. So yes, so that I didn't touch on schedule. So we'll start in April. By the end of the year, they will produce a report that goes to the governor. At this point, I believe that report will fall short of actually like an LC draft. Frankly, I mean, this is a legislative proposal. Legislators are essential to ensuring that a success it occurs. So it needs to work for them, and they need to have they need to have the room and autonomy that's required for them to be leaders and craft what works for them. So no, I don't think it will go all the way towards kind of bill draft. We'll see. We want to do what's most helpful, but at this point, I would envision you would see kind of more of like a blue ribbon style report that looks at all the issues and proposes solutions that would be produced by the end of the year.
Thank you.
Yeah. Other questions? No, I just want to thank you. I know you worked extremely hard during the session to try to pull this together, and also just to get the Ways and Means Committee to consider a lot of different things. And so thank you for your time and leadership on it. And, you know, I look forward to the group trying to come up and look at the transportation as a whole. It's just back in DC last week, and talking about the reauthorization and what's going on at the federal level. And we're not alone in this. I mean, there are so many states in the same space that we're really having to consider what we're going to do. We've let infrastructure fall apart to a point of not being able to figure out how to rebuild it. It's been too long. We didn't put enough thought into the future, and this is what we're going to reap from it. So maybe, you know, at the federal level, we'll get some relief too. I don't know, but we will see.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll just end by saying, I mean, I think all of us come to this work for different reasons, end up working on transportation for different reasons. I know that none of us came to this work to do Band-Aids. We actually all came to do something bigger than that. So I, again, would go take a nap, get back to it, and, you know, figure out how we can kind of actually use our expertise and talents towards something that we can be proud of.
The one question I do have for you, will this group be reporting back to the commission during this time, or to the legislature to let them know where they're going or how it's
Absolutely.
going?
Yeah. So we'll have a commissioner participate in the actual work group itself. So there'll be a direct tie in there. It's been the work of this week too, is to ensure that we have a robust and credible process for engaging our legislatures as we go, because their input and guidance will be critical. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. So we do have a couple other things that we will also sort of be tracking during the interim. These are, for the most part, these are informal task forces and work groups, and in some cases, even just ongoing conversations that ODOT sort of needs to put some attention into the interim. So there was a transit funding task force bill that did not make it out, but we do still anticipate that work group moving forward, and ODOT will participate in that. There has been sort of, again, some ongoing rulemaking review across the enterprise. And so ODOT will be taking, look at rulemaking processes. We have talked a little bit, you'll see this in the LCs this afternoon, about some potential consolidation of internal ODOT advisory committees. I think I just hit 100 days this week of being here, and I've learned that there are over 50 internal advisory committees at ODOT. So we might take a look at that. We are still kind of finalizing and setting up the CIAC. And then, as most of you know, there were elements of 3991 that actually did stay intact. And most of those have to do around a road usage charge program. And so that, of course, will sort of intersect with some existing and ongoing road user fee work that ODOT has been doing. And so we're actually going to sort of use that. I'm going to pivot things back to Travis, and he's going to give you a quick update on 3991 implementation.
I believe we have a couple questions.
Before we leave this slide, Chair Brown, when she was talking about the Federal Service Transportation Bill that hopefully will emerge sometime in the next couple of years, reminded me that when I heard a presentation about the Federal Service Transportation Package that's taking shape, there is going to be substantial discussion about a road user charge, kind of federally, and I'd love to get a sense of how we are coordinating with that effort, or are we on the bleeding edge, ahead of it? Are we coordinated and going to take advantage of whatever work is being done at the federal level? Are we going to be advocating for federal program directions that line up with where we want to go? Or how is all that going to work?
I'll let Travis answer that for the most part. I will say, though, I think that especially with the pace at which some federal things move, I think that there's an opportunity here for the larger road usage fee approach to just really be a part of those 2027 conversations, as we're looking again at sort of fundamentally how we approach what does the transportation system look like, what services does that provide, and how do we fund those?
Yeah, Commissioner Chang, it's a good question. And we are on the bleeding edge of that in many ways. There's only one other state that has a mandatory road usage charge program, and that is the state of Hawaii, which there's some obvious advantages to being a waterlocked state that has no out-of-state travel, essentially.
Right.
They have a fairly limited program. Ours is going to be very different and much more expansive than theirs based on the statute. So we have been deeply engaged in conversations on the road usage charge at the federal level since I have been at ODOT. Many briefings for senior members of Congress, many conversations. In the IIJA, they set up a road user fee task force, essentially at the federal level. We actually had a member appointed to that, Maureen Bach, who runs our road usage charge program. And then they essentially disbanded that group, which is just to Malia's point about how fast things at the federal level move. Saying it moves at a tortoise's pace would be an insult to tortoises. So in that sense, we're going to continue to inform that conversation. One of the things the federal government could do the most is to ensure that they're putting forward some sort of standards that would create interoperability among states, so that as different states do different systems, that they can actually talk to each other and interoperate. We have been working on that at the Oregon level with other states. We catalyzed the formation of a group known as RUC America that does research and development on that using federal research dollars. So we'll continue to help lead those conversations, knowing the federal government is probably not actually going to solve this for us. It's best that we take our destiny into our own hands.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baker?
On the potential ODOT advisory committee streamlining, I have a sense that there may be some good work that could be done streamlining, but also we ought to keep our eyes open to advisory committees that don't exist, that we would like to exist with regard to emerging types of issues. And we heard some testimony in our public testimony today about two-wheel vehicles that have motors, whether they be motorcycles or electric bikes. And, it sounded like, what, that's a really good idea. And we've got a volunteer that would like to, participate and help lead it in an organization. And he hit on a real key objective for us, which is safety. So
Yeah.
as we go through this process, maybe we think about emerging issues that we need advice on, and think about, where we're not getting advice as part of this restructure. Just a thought.
Yeah, no, that's a great flag. Thank you.
Commissioner Baker, I will note there is a governor's advisory committee that ODOT operates on motorcycle safety that currently exists. So we have at least motorcycle safety covered. That doesn't necessarily mean it's all two-wheel vehicles.
Yes, thanks.
All right, so there's two more.
Oh, sorry.
Two more things I will hit very quickly. We bundled in the HB 3991 progress report, which we had promised to give you because at the time of our last meeting, it was an active question whether HB 3991 would be repealed. So coming out of this legislative session, it obviously was not. So we are moving forward very strongly in order to complete the work that is taking place under this legislation. So we'll hear a little bit more about the CIAC later today. That's been stood up. We filled all the slots there. We're working on the major projects quarterly report, which will be coming to the commission and on to the Joint Committee on Transportation. The Secretary of State's Audits Division, as directed by the legislation, has added an audit of ODOT to its work plan. And there is also going to be a review by the Legislative Policy and Research Office, which is hiring a contractor per the statute to do a review largely focused on major projects and project delivery, and particularly whether we have and how we have implemented the management review that was done in 2025. Now, I will note that there will probably be some findings out of that that will show that we have not implemented many elements of that management review because it was focused on major projects. Since that time, the legislature, in not passing HB 2025, did not fund most of the major projects. So our major projects, many of which are sitting essentially in dormant condition. And since that time, they've reduced our project delivery staffing level by something like 150 positions. So the resources to actually stand up major projects group as recommended there may not exist. So there will be a lot of work that we'll be doing with them to gauge that work. We've completed a number of initiatives, repealed the tolling program. We've implemented the supplemental registration fee for 40 MPG plus vehicles. That was one of the elements of HB 3991 that stood. And there's a lot of work going on around the mandatory road usage charge program and the truck taxation modernization. We'll be bringing you some more substantial agenda items on those in the future so that you can see where that is going and provide that necessary oversight. Last but not least, our budget status. We have been very, very carefully monitoring our budget over the last 8 months and implementing those austerity measures. As you can see, we are spending well under our trend at about 85% of our budget trend line, which is necessary because our budget had a massive hole in it. Now, with the infusion of resources and the reductions in coming out of the 2026 legislative session, we'll be bringing you updates on a regular basis to show where we're at. Probably at every commission meeting, you'll see Daniel and I up here talking to you about the budget and the revenue challenges that we're facing. I will note that even though we had austerity measures in place within our maintenance arena, we are actually spending at almost 100% of the projected amount because of the landslides and sinkholes and other challenges we had on the state highway system the course of the year. So even with austerity measures, we are barely holding the line on maintenance spending. Now, a lot of that will be reimbursed by the federal government. We have about $35 million in emergency costs. About 30 of that is eligible for federal reimbursement, but the feds don't pay you very quick. So that will be money we hold on the books for half a decade, perhaps, before we finally get that check from the federal government. So it is still something we have to cover within our budget. So just know that we will put the budget, we have had the budget discipline structures in place, and we'll continue to bring this to you on a regular basis so you can provide that oversight as well. With that, happy to answer any further questions.
Any questions? Yes, we will. Well, we will. Right. Just one quick question. This goes back to the fires. Have we received all our money for the fires?
No. Chair Brown, to the point that the federal government does not always reimburse very quickly. No, we have not. We did receive, and actually, the next to last slide in that deck of showing the state highway fund balance, we received a big chunk of money from the federal government for both emergency relief and from FEMA for the fires that actually boosted our state highway fund balance, which had been hovering perilously close to zero for a while. So we have, I believe, about $15 million still outstanding from FEMA that will be due at some point. There is our emergency relief funds that were owed by FHWA have now largely been paid. And then, of course, the winter comes and we get another $30 million request that will be going in at some point. So it's sort of, you know, they pay you and then you come up with another bill to send them. But we're obviously immensely grateful that the federal government does cover some of those costs.
Great, thank you. Okay, so Vice Chair's asked for a break. We can do that. Our next piece, we're gonna hold a little bit. So we're gonna just take our break early. So let's do, how long? Can you do a 10-minute break real quick? All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. We're gonna call the meeting back to order. And I'll turn it over to the staff. One thing that might help you is the closer you are a little bit, it helps us here. For some reason, we're having a difficult time. So I may stop you and say, closer. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, and Commissioners. I am Monica Blanchard. I am the Interim Project Director for the Rose Quarter Project. A little bit out of order this morning. We've got some partners that are joining us that have a hard stop at 11. So we're joined virtually here today from partners from the City of Portland, Albina Vision Trust, and Metro, who authored the December letter to the Commission that influenced your approval and our process to move forward with Phase 1B. So we have Director Williams from the Portland Bureau of Transportation. We have JT Flowers from Albina Vision Trust and Ted Liebold from Metro. Starting with JT, I'll let them introduce themselves and provide their thoughts on the PMG and our collaboration that you'll hear a little bit more about later in the presentation.
Great. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair Brown, Commissioners. Thank you for the introduction. Monica, for the record, JT Flowers, Senior Advisor, Albina Vision Trust. Man, it's nice to be able to come to the Commission in good spirits and with good news to bear. I think if there is a top line that we'd like to communicate on this end, it's that these PMG briefings have been tremendously successful, and that's a testament to the staff. You know, Monica and team have done a fantastic job of herding all of us cats pulling folks into a room and giving us a real opportunity to get on the same page. I would say for the first time in my history working on this project, we have a real true alignment from all of the stakeholders at the table, whether we talk about Metro, whether we talk about the city, AVT, the contractors, the truckers. We've been able to work in far deeper collaboration than anything I've experienced prior, and that makes me feel quite optimistic. I'd also say that the results of this short session down in Salem were a direct testament to that newfound alignment in the project. Really, really happy to hear that our funding is still intact to move into Phase 1B of the project. I will emphasize on our end the continued constructiveness of this working group structure. We think it will be beneficial to extend this type of partnership into considerations around how we scope out and finalize scope for Phase 1C. I think that's an important area of deep engagement for us and for all of the partners, I think, that are going to speak with you today as we continue moving forward and try to maintain that alignment. But I will say on our end, we feel more confident than ever about the future of this project and our ability as shared stakeholders to deliver a full project, even if it takes us a bit of time. I'll also say we've had some really encouraging news come down the pike from our partners at the federal level. If you folks were following the Consolidated Appropriations Act that passed about a month and a half ago, it included a rider that authorized roughly $30 million to be spent for reconnecting communities and neighborhoods, grant recipients that were awarded somewhere over, I think it was roughly like $138 million in federal funding, of which there are only, if I'm not mistaken, about 7 eligible projects in the country. We would be one of those. Of course, the amount of money we'd be able to draw down from that bucket, even if we were successful in an application process, wouldn't be something that is super material in terms of the overall cost of this project. But I do think it is an encouraging signal that the tide is slowly but surely starting to shift at the federal level. So we are feeling high on our partnership with all the stakeholders who are going to be sharing with you today. Very, very grateful to the leadership on the ODOT side for the way that they've been stewarding this process, and honored to be before you today. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, Director Williams.
So
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, and members of the commission. I'm pleased to be here with you today. My name is Millicent Williams, and I am the director of the Portland Bureau of Transportation. And I'd like to begin with a thank you. Thank you for your deliberations, discussions, and ultimate direction to ODOT in December of last year. Your action considered critical requests from local and regional leaders and has provided opportunity for the necessary collaboration on achieving better outcomes for the I-5 Rose Quarter project. And thank you to David Kim, Monica Blanchard, and the ODOT project team for acting with intention and responsiveness to convene and advance the conversation and work. A significant aspect of the partner letter that was submitted to the OTC in December was to ensure that we had a pathway and governance structure to support collaboration, accountability, and transparent decision-making. We recognize that the Commission and ODOT need to make decisions regarding phasing, scopes of work, and be responsive to opportunities and challenges associated with project funding. And in the spirit of partnership and honoring the extensive community engagement work that has been done to date, we are pleased to be a part of this process and supportive of how to advance the project. On behalf of the city partnership on this project, we are encouraged by the progress we've made together and the update ODOT will provide today. We also recognize that much work remains as we consider the subsequent phases and scopes of work. Difficult conversations and decisions will be required. This includes how we advance a project that upholds project values and is responsive to all users and the full extent of project needs on the I-5 main line, on local streets, and on the highway cover. We're committed to being a part of this process. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to provide remarks today and look forward to continuing to work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ted.
Good morning, Chair Brown, members of the commission. I'm Ted Liebold, Transportation Policy Director at Metro, the Metropolitan Planning Organization, or MPO, for the Greater Portland Metropolitan Area. I also want to start by thanking the commission and ODOT staff, Monica and David, for being responsive to that joint letter that was sent back in December and assembling the reconstituted project management group. I won't repeat a lot of what Millicent and JT so eloquently said. But I do want to just emphasize that this all began with adoption of the whole phase one project into the metropolitan and state transportation improvement programs last summer. And that those were significant milestones that required a lot of effort by ODOT staff to generate the support of our Joint Policy Advisory Committee on Transportation and our Metro Council to get them incorporated into the Metropolitan TIP. And the leadership that you have provided in making sure that the further phasing of this phase one into phases 1B and future conversations that we are committed to participating in for additional phasing of the project has been instrumental in getting that local process and local support for moving forward with those future phasing. So again, Metro appreciates being invited to the table with the rest of the stakeholders and partners here, and we're looking forward to these future difficult conversations that are going to be necessary. But we appreciate the effort involved to the state. And again, thank you for your leadership in ensuring that local engagement as the Rose Quarter project progresses.
Great. At this point, I'll ask if any of the commissioners have any questions or comments. Commissioner Chang.
It's great to hear from the project management group. Thank you all for your involvement and helping us move along these pieces of phase one of the I-5 Rose Quarter project. I was curious, is the freight industry represented on the project management group? Okay, just wanted to check that.
Yes, yeah, Commissioner Jana Jarvis from Oregon Trucking Association is in a PMG.
And I just want to say, just your enthusiasm that we're hearing this morning is very helpful to us. I think we have the right people at the table. We'll be able to keep moving forward. And so I just thank you for your time and effort in this. And this helps with the transparency piece, that people feel like there hasn't been the right people at the table or that things aren't being said. And I think really looking at the group. We have the right people at the table. So thank you for, I don't know if you volunteered yourselves or if you were, somebody else volunteered you, but thank you. Vice Chair.
I appreciate everybody's efforts that coming together on this. This has been one of my frustrations is it seems to have been not clear what people wanted completely. I mean, JT and Vina Trust have been very good at stating their needs, and I think, but we needed more clear direction or participation, I think, from the public agencies there. And quite frankly, I think you need to get your legislative delegation a little better behind you because we keep getting mixed messages for them. And at the end of the day, we don't have the money to do what we'd like to do. I think this commission has been very strong in our support for the project, but we need the resources to move forward. And we get somewhat mixed messages from the legislature on this. So I would encourage you to stick with the project, but to the extent that you can make sure that your community, broader community, understands what you're trying to do, that would be very helpful.
Yes, Commissioner Baker.
I'd just like to join in the thank yous. And Monica, David, in a very short amount of time, less than 90 days since the commission made a decision to take a different approach, you've done a real admirable job to be able to get the group together. And for the constituents, for the others that are participating in this, thank you. Because it really takes a group to come together and reach agreement and get on the same page. And I think, it all begins with values and mission, and then we can come up with a strategy and a tactical plan. And it looks to me like we're off to a really good start in terms of those values and missions pieces. And we'll be able to ultimately then pull together a strategy that can work and lay out the tactical plan. So Monica, David, thank you. And for those that have participated in it, thank you very much for stepping up and doing it. And let's hope it continues the way it has out of the gates. So well done to everybody, and thank you.
Okay, we'll turn it over to you because I believe you have a presentation. There it is.
So good morning, Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, I'm David Kim, statewide project delivery manager, but also serving as ODOT project delivery support for the Rose Quarter project.
A little closer.
All right. So yeah, we're here this morning to follow up on the direction we received from the commission back in December. The direction was to collaborate with our partners to improve transparency, to strengthen our partnership, and to gain alignment and support for the scope of Phase 1B, so we can move forward with the project. And just from the testimony from JT, Millicent, and Ted, I think we've achieved that. And so this morning, we're going to walk through and provide an update of where we are with the project. We'll provide an overview of the project funding, update on the Phase 1A construction that's underway, and then actions we've taken in forming the PMG and moving forward with next steps. So before we dive into the details of the project funding, I would like us to walk through the overall project scope for the Rose Quarter project. We'll cover the major transportation improvements and phases for the project today, as outlined in the approved NEPA environmental documents. So this map illustrates the full project footprint of the Rose Quarter project as envisioned in the NEPA documents. It includes safety and operational improvements, such as sign structures, auxiliary lanes, and shoulders on I-5, the relocation of the I-5 southbound Broadway Weidler off-ramp, the highway cover, and multimodal local street improvements that reconnect Lower Albina to provide developable space, as well as improve safety and traffic flow for local streets. And lastly, the pedestrian and bicycle bridge over I-5. Today, we'll be discussing Phase 1A, which is currently in construction at the north and south ends of the project. And we'll also cover the scope of Phase 1B as we discussed with the PMG. And I'll now turn it over to Travis Brower, who will walk through the project funding.
Thank you, David. For the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT Deputy Director, and I get assigned a review of this slide every time we give a presentation, just as a reminder of the funding sources. So actually, I'm going to start at the right and then move left on this slide. We have about $480 million available in total from all funding sources for the Rose Quarter project. That's down, as you'll recall, our RCN grant, Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods program grant, was reduced from $450 million to $67.5 million by the Reconciliation Act last summer. We're not really going to be talking about this funding source today. Just a reminder, though, that all of those funds that are listed there, the $30 million for PE and all the other that is focused on future phases of the project, and I would note cannot be used for any other purpose. It is locked in for those elements. So we'll be back to talk about that at a future date about where we go with the project from here. The funding, though, that we are talking about today is in that column, HB 2017 Urban Mobility Strategy. That is the $30 million in annual funding from HB 2017 that was taken off the top. We talked about this in our previous agenda item, that will produce about $575 million in total cash and bonds over the life of that funding. Most of that, as originally intended, is going to the Rose Quarter project. Some of it, however, though, is also going to go to the I-205 Abernethy Bridge project, as well as to pay for the cost of tolls. But you can see here, there's $380 million there for the Rose Quarter. 70 million of that is going to Phase 1A construction, which we'll walk through in just a moment how that element is going. The remainder of that funding is $167.5 million. So the direction that the commission gave us in December was to spend that remaining money on Phase 1B after working through the issues around what the scope is for that project.
Thank you, Travis. Again, for the record, I'm Monica Blanchard, Interim Project Director for the Rose Quarter project. So I want to start today with an update on Phase 1A, which is the project that is under, or the phase that is under construction and is roughly 30% complete right now. As a reminder, this work includes stormwater improvements. It includes bridge work at the I-84 and I-5 interchange, as well as seismic work in that area. Seismic upgrades, includes the extension of the southbound auxiliary lane between I-84 and the Morrison Bridge exit, as well as new signage on I-5. So what's up on the screen right now are some updates on the progress that we've made since we last met in December. At the north end of the project, we've completed the water quality pond excavation, and the installation of piping and manholes is ongoing. At the south end of the project, drilling for seismic anchors is mostly complete. The team has a lot of steel components that are in the initial shop drawing step, as well as several items, including the sign bridge, seismic restrainers, and structural steel that are in fabrication. And if you drive through the corridor on I-5, you'll also notice that we've installed a temporary barrier and striping for future work on I-5 in this phase. So in parallel with the work that we are building, an important part of Rose Quarter as a project is workforce participation. So the Hamilton Cent Joint Venture, in association with Raymore, or HSJV for short, has really leaned in a more intentional way than we traditionally see on ODOT projects to workforce development. As a part of the Phase 1A construction contract and the HSJV's workforce and subcontracting plan, the HSJV committed to hiring from the community and meeting workforce and apprenticeship goals that you can see up on the screen, at 15% for minority, female, and veteran participation, and 12% for apprentices. Those are the goals that we have. As construction progresses, we are monitoring workforce participation against these established goals, And these are reported to ODOT as well as our Community Oversight Advisory Committee at our quarterly meetings. And as I mentioned earlier, construction is approximately 30% complete to date, and the HSJV is employing a wide variety of trades on the project currently. So as Phase 1A construction progresses, the HSJV is intentionally pairing project delivery with workforce development, subcontractor participation, mentorship, and retention. We're happy to report they are currently exceeding their workforce goals for minority, women, and veteran participation at 52%, and their apprentices at 13%. The project also has a Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance, or TARO, workforce or goal of 4%, and the project is currently at 3.23%, and HSJV is working closely with TARO to bring that up as the work ramps up for the remainder of the work. HSJV also has a workforce advocate that actively works with the community and partners to make sure that they are placing people on the project, not just to hit a target, but with intentional focus on long-term retention and the ability for people to really grow their career in the construction industry. I can't emphasize enough that the project's focus is not just simply on counting hours and hitting targets, but really building a sustainable workforce and subcontractor pipeline that not only supports the project now, but future phases of the project and future projects within the state. So rather than just hearing from me about HSJV's workforce and subcontracting efforts, I'd like to share a few short videos with testimonials from community members and how this work is impacting them.
4 generations here in Portland. I was gifted the opportunity to play basketball. My background in sports crossed over team building, leadership. The business is something I prayed for, and so it's been another gift from the Father. The power that Ray Moore is trying to give us is knowing that we belong, we're adequate, we can do the work. Just learn the work, make sure you understand the work. Your work will speak for itself. Jeff Moreland, Sr., the example he sets, it exudes throughout the business. They don't make you feel inferior, they don't make you feel small. And his team, working directly with me and my team every single step of the way. I want to be partner to them to change the landscape of minority representation in construction. I-5 displaced all these people, and a few of those were actually family members of ours. To be revitalizing the infrastructure in that space means a lot to me. To make sure everybody's safe on that bridge, that's important work, and I'm proud to be a part of that work.
I was born to be a construction worker. It was always my passion.
What I've seen from him that is very motivating is the consistency. He stood up and he built what he said he was going to build. We're doing seismic upgrades on the bridges on the I-5 corridor.
The economy has been down, so this project with Rainmore, it's hope. It's life-giving. This is my best chance to be mentored, how to look for loans, how to bid properly. The Rainmore team has been doing all that and beyond. This project, I call it an equity builder. The main barrier is access to capital. Without the way Rainmore sees it, someone in my position would not ever get the chance to be on that project.
For over 30 years. Going across the Brooklyn Bridge when I was like 6 years old, I seen these sparks off to the side. And I was like, Dad, what are those fireworks? And he was like, that's the guy welding. I was like, well, that's what I want to do. I want to be a welder. So I met Jeff about a year ago. And Jeff was talking about the bridge project. And I've loved bridges ever since I went across that bridge at 6 years old. It's a great opportunity for me and for us in the community. Raymore, not just coming from a business standpoint. Jeff Moreland, he's under the headship of the supreme being of the universe, spiritual, really sincere in helping people, saying, I'm gonna give you a shot, let's do it. I see employment by the community, for the community. I see growth in the community. This is home. Portland is home. I love helping my community, training them in welding. Boom, take the test. Now you're making $35 an hour, right? So they're doing the same for me, bringing it back full circle.
Thank you. I really want to thank HSJV, Raymore, and Line Speaks Production for putting those together, as well as everyone in the videos and everyone else that's really working hard out in the field to bring the Phase 1A work to life. So now, switching gears a little bit and diving into the process in response to the December direction. So in December, you gave us the conditional approval to move forward with Phase 1B using our available funding. And in response to that, as you've already heard a little bit today, we put together a process to respond to that direction, and I'm going to walk through that here. So before I dive into our process, I just wanted to ground us a little bit in prior OTC direction in 2024 and 2025 with regards to funding and scope of work. So in May of 2024, you dedicated the $250 million of House Bill 2017 to Rose Quarter, and that was officially obligated in January of 25 with the STIP amendment, January of 25 with the STIP amendment. In June of hopping back to 2024, in June of 24, you approved the UMS conceptual finance plan that included Rose Quarter funding, followed by the RCN grant STIP amendment approval in August of 24 that included that RCN funding that Travis noted for design, right-of-way utilities, and construction. The construction funding was later rescinded. And then to round out 2024, you approved the UMS, final UMS finance plan that also included Rose Quarter funding. Now moving into summer of 2025, in July, you approved Phase 1A construction to start, and then most recently in December, the conditional approval to move forward with Phase 1B. And then next slide. So as a reminder, your December direction to move forward with Phase 1B design and construction came with a few expectations. First, to consider priority elements that are a statewide benefit, to coordinate with our partners and ensure scope parity within the timeline of continuous construction, and then to return to the commission today for a project update on Phase 1B and everything that we've done. So we've responded by forming the Project Management Group, or PMG, with state, city, local, regional, community, freight, and private partners. We've put together a PMG charter that outlines the organizational structure that you see here on the screen, as well as roles and responsibilities and operational expectations of the PMG. I do want to highlight that the PMG is a staff level advisory group. The PMG's purpose is to provide strategic input, evaluate partner perspectives, and help align local, regional, state, community, and other agency interests as we move forward. The PMG is accomplishing this by working through technical, funding, and delivery considerations and developing recommendations, beginning with Phase 1B and extending into future phases. Using the PMG as our foundation, in collaboration with PBOT and Metro staff, we developed a process to prepare for this follow-up meeting today. So the first step, we did individual meetings with partner agencies and organizations that are participating in the PMG early in January to discuss discuss the process, gather information, and really identify areas of alignment and differences before we met as a group. We had 2 focused and really successful PMG meetings towards the end of January, where we worked on the scope alignment and the recommendations that you'll see here today. And then we briefed elected officials and other agency leadership on what transpired at the PMG meetings and received their feedback throughout February. And then the 4th step is here today with you, giving this update. So as you can see on the screen here, our PMG has a wide breadth of participation from many partners that are interested in the success of the project. We have from our project team, our own ODOT and our owner's rep team, our design A&E, the CMGC contractor. We also have liaisons from our Community Oversight Advisory Committee and Historic Albina Advisory Board. You heard from Albina Vision Trust. We have a representative from the Blazers. Several representatives from the City of Portland, including Bureau of Planning Sustainability and Prosper Portland, as well as Portland Bureau of Transportation that you heard from, Metro, and then Oregon Trucking Association. So now I'll dive in a little bit more on our alignment on the Phase 1B scope. So as we discussed the Phase 1B scope, we talked about our guardrails and our project constraints. So we have 3 primary federal constraints that shape our decision, that being independent utility, purpose and need, and FHWA compliant phasing requirements. Independent utility means that every phase must stand on its own, and FHWA must see it as a reasonable investment, even if no subsequent phases move forward. Our purpose and need requirements from our NEPA document focus on improving I-5 safety and operations, fixing the Broadway-Weidler surface street safety and operations, and enhancing multimodal facilities. And then phasing must meet both of these tests. Each package must advance purpose and need and be independently operable without relying on future construction. We also talked about a constraint around continuous construction, and this continuous construction also remains essential for our CMGC delivery method. With the $167 million available, we must keep crews working, really preserve delivery efficiency, manage our costs, and maintain project momentum. We're also committed to avoiding rework as we phase the project. So Phase 1B design and construction must be compatible with and not be undone by future phases. We cannot afford to build elements twice or create work that must be demolished in a later phase. So taking these constraints into consideration, as well as budget, schedule, and risk, we looked at Phase 1B scope from a technical lens and discussed how the work elements align with these different considerations. We agreed that the Phase 1B scope fits within all our project constraints, the available $167 million construction funding budget, and it can be executed within the timeline and minimizes risk, as you can see on the screen there. So the Rose Quarter project team presented several ideas that were initially considered in the development of Phase 1B scope, but were ruled out for a variety of reasons. PMG partners were also asked to brainstorm additional revisions to the Phase 1B scope between our 2 PMG meetings, and City and Metro staff provided several different ideas. Several of them were ruled out due to a variety of constraints, but PMG did adopt one of the ideas, and I'll expand on that in a moment. So this is a similar graphic that you've seen before, but this is the map on this slide shows the Phase 1B package that our partners aligned on, and I'll move to the next slide for the description, but we can hop back to this if needed. So the scope of the construction work has not changed from what we presented in December, and includes widening the bridge structure over the Rose Quarter Transit Center and reconstructing the impacted transit center infrastructure, I-5 upgrades and resurfacing the bridge deck, reconstructing transitions, providing improved shoulder width on I-5 and installing new sign structures and variable message signs. As a result of that partner input that I mentioned, PMG partners agreed to add exploring early right-of-way acquisition in the highway cover area using our $30 million in Reconnecting Communities grant fund that's available for that purpose and progressing that work. The PMG agreed that this approach achieves parity as requested by the city, Metro, and AVT in the December letter to the OTC. And key to this partner alignment is understanding that parity means the agreement on the Phase 1B scope and PMG process that we went through to get that alignment, as well as agreement to work together and develop a Phase 1C and all of our future phases, both in scope and funding strategy. Through this PMG coordination, we're also able to provide some additional clarity on local street improvements that were included in the Phase 1B scope. As I mentioned, Phase 1B includes reconstruction of the impacted Rose Quarter Transit Center infrastructure. So this includes local street work such as sidewalks, lighting, curb ramp improvements, new architectural features on the walls and bridge structure, and restored light rail infrastructure. So this is all included in Phase 1B. So then moving on to ongoing coordination. So first I want to highlight that we did several briefings, like I mentioned, with elected and director level staff at various agencies, and had very successful briefings with the mayor of Portland, TriMet, Multnomah County Commissioner Singleton, Metro Council President Peterson, NAMAC, FHWA, as well as a JPACT meeting earlier on as we were starting this process. And last but not least, I also want to note that we had a joint Historic Albina Advisory Board and Community Oversight Advisory Committee meeting on February 12th, where we reviewed this material with our committee members, and partners also voiced similar support that to what you heard previously. And we're able to get feedback from our committee members as well. So now looking ahead, the next part of PMG's work really focuses on defining Phase 1C in a way that's fundable and represents parity in scope. This work is key now to stay on schedule for a delivery, as well as be ready for future funding opportunities. As you're aware, very aware, Phase 1C currently does not have any construction funding. So the goal of this work is to use our collective knowledge and expertise to develop a scope that not only meets purpose, need, and goals of the project, but also aligns with funding and an engagement strategy that sets us up for success for funding future construction for future phases. So we have monthly PMG meetings that are scheduled now through June as we we'll reassess cadence after that. And we also have our ongoing support from our design and construction, funding and finance, and public affairs staff on the project that's helping support PMG through this process. And we are bringing on some additional funding and finance staff to help explore possible funding opportunities in conjunction with Travis's team, both developing a strategy for a 2027 legislative session as well as future federal funding opportunities. And then last, I wanted to highlight, really to complement the PMG's guidance, I also just wanted to highlight that the Rose Quarter project was selected as one of 3 projects nationally for the America Forward Technical Assistance Program. America Forward provides value through their nationally recognized expertise and is led by former USDOT Undersecretary Christopher Coase, former Washington Secretary of Transportation Roger Millar, and former USDOT advisor Julian Reinbeck. They will be working with our team over the next year to really strengthen our project delivery approach and enhance our competitiveness for future funding. We're in the initial stages of getting them onboarded and are really looking forward to everything that they have to offer and support us. And with that concludes my presentation, and happy to take any questions.
So questions from commissioners. Commissioner Baker?
Are you sure?
I am sure.
More comments than questions, and maybe a request. I mean, we you've shown the example of what happens when we're open and we bring people together and give them an opportunity to talk. And I think that there was a request that you make these meetings available to the public. I think that it seems like it would be helpful to the project and a reasonable request. I know it adds an additional burden to you in order to get those set up and scheduled, but I would think that would be something you should consider. And here's my request. That's just a suggestion. We had a negative audit finding with regard to timely payments to our contractors. We talked about it at our January meeting. And when I heard Dominic Waters speak this morning, and he talked about the challenges of working with us because it takes so long to get paid. This is the issue with many of these small contractors. They don't have the access to funds. Cash flow is a really big deal to them. And to hear him say that he's struggling because we're still not paying on time is really bothersome. And you two get things done. If you could add this to your list of making sure that our contractors, subcontractors get paid in a timely way, because now we're seeing all of this benefit that we were talking about with regard to putting people to work. We're starting to hear the stories now about what these jobs mean, what these contracts mean to these small businesses. So we've taken theoretical, it's now real, and we need to make sure that we deliver on that. Does that resonate with you? Is that a reasonable request?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Comments or questions? Commissioner Chang?
Thinking about all of phase one and the cap that we all would love to see built, that I wish we still had those Reconnecting Communities funds grant funds for. Can you talk a little bit about how phase 1B sets us up for construction of the cap, or is planned in such a way that we don't have to build things and tear them down when we want to go to the cap? I mean, kind of how is the construction of this piece and that ultimate long-term plan, kind of how do they work together?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So phase 1B work is primarily to the south of the highway cover. So on the screen to the right, with the Holiday Haslow Bridge, it starts providing wider shoulders at the I-84 on-ramp, but it doesn't, and that's what I was talking about, rework, it doesn't build something that would need to be torn out later. It just starts work to the south. It also, with the signage, is that signage will be used during construction. As you can imagine, we have to shift lanes back and forth to build portions of the highway cover, so that getting that signage in now will help move that work forward quicker once we start on the next phase, once we get funding.
Thank you. And my other question was, so during your presentation, you described the independent utility criteria and how we're working with that. This morning during public comments, we heard a kind of a questioning of whether this piece, phase 1B, does have independent utility or not. Do you have a kind of a response to that, or?
Sure. Yeah, and we have a document that I put together that we can share with the group that we shared with our PMG members, because independent utility is way down in the weeds of the CFR. But we have consulted with Federal Highways as we were developing this phase 1B package originally, last fall, and they do see independent utility, and they are the ultimate authority over independent utility. So they do see independent utility, and they are good with this phase 1B package.
Thank you.
Vice Chair? First, I want to thank you both. I know as the work that you've been doing on this has been challenging. I guess that's a good word. I love this presentation, and I'll tell you why. I've been on this commission for a while, and we have never really received an information package like this. This has been great. It really warmed my heart to watch the videos. It made the difference. It's something that I, as a commissioner, have been pushing for years, was to get small business into the prime realm and to try to get, to help people in our community be able to stay in our community and work. So that piece of it is just, I'm thrilled with it. The second piece, I think, is I want to see, as the chair of this commission, I want to bring you back again and again to give us updates. I think it's important because this is the piece where people feel like they haven't heard what is going on. They've been in the dark. We get these little bits and pieces of updates. We get a lot of technical and paperwork that we read through as commissioners, but a lot of people watch these commission meetings, and this is their way of being able to say, oh, they are doing something, that it is moving forward and things are happening. So we have to remember the audience of who is watching these commission meetings, the information they're gleaning from, and it's important. And if it means that we have to have longer commission meetings or that we have to have them more often, we will do that. I mean, we have a responsibility to the community to make sure that they're hearing where their taxpayer dollars are going. And I think this was a really good example of giving an update. So thank you for your work on this. It was well received.
Thank you, Chair Brown. As an engineer, that makes me happy. You want more details?
Good. And I think Commissioner Chang, you have another?
Yeah, I mean, kind of a closing comment I want to make is in December, when we directed conditionally moving forward with phase 1B, and charged you all with developing a discrete piece of work with a lot of stakeholder input. I didn't have any concerns that part would be done well, and thank you for confirming that today. My big question was, does the legislature want to claw back these $167 million to use for other things? And so it is both interesting and heartening to see that the legislature has left this phase 1B funding intact to proceed. And I'm really glad for all of community members who came this morning to testify in support of continuing with phase 1B work. I'm really glad that we can honor that commitment, that long-term commitment that was made over many years. And I also just want to express concern about additional phases beyond phase 1B. As you all have heard this morning, we're in a very difficult position. There are all kinds of services being delayed. There are all kinds of projects that are not being gotten to, so that we can move forward with certain priorities. And it's been great to be able to do that for the Rose Quarter project. And I hope that we are in a position after the 2027 legislative session to continue to do that. But I don't think that I don't think we can guarantee that to anyone. And I just want us all to proceed with eyes wide open around that.
I'm hoping that with some of the partners, I mean, we now see who the partners are around the table, and they seem to be bought into this, and they're moving forward, that they'll start taking in consideration of what they need to bring to the table too. It's going to take the entire area to fund this project. And for the taxpayers, this impacts all Oregonians. I like to get my Amazon packages on time, and I use this corridor. And so it impacts me. I'm willing to keep trucking going. That's important to Southern Oregon. I may not drive this area all the time, but it impacts me. And so we need to, when you say eyes wide open, we need a reality check across Oregon to realize that this is an important project. So thank you for doing that. Okay, that said, I think we'll go move on to the next agenda item, which is the, I believe, Abernethy.
You want this?
Welcome to the hot seat.
It's the cleanup crew.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Toba Peltz. I am ODOT's interim division administrator for delivery and operations. And I appreciate the opportunity to bring an update on our I-205 Abernethy Bridge project. I have Brandon and Vidal both joining me, and they will introduce themselves. Last time we presented to you on this project was November of 2025. Also to share a construction update. We're returning today to share updates on the delivery schedule and coordination and communication with our contractor regarding the delivery schedule. So we're going to get into some details and also talk more about the upcoming conversations we'll be having over the course of the rest of this year.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ryan Winsheimer, ODOT Region 1 Manager. This is a slide you've seen before, just some background on what we're doing here at the project. This is Phase 1A. It's widening and seismically retrofitting the Abernethy Bridge to improve safety at both interchanges. We're also completed construction of the roundabout. You can see there on the screen. We're doing, of course, some stormwater, retaining walls, sound walls, lots of many things along the way, and also working on a locally funded water and sewer line improvements for the community. Once the project is complete, the Abernethy Bridge will be the first earthquake-ready highway crossing of the Willamette River in the Portland metro area. And as I turn it over to Vidal, I just wanted to quickly call attention. The director mentioned several of us are wearing many hats across the agency. We're very fortunate to have Vidal join us, Francis from Region 2, and thank you to Savannah for loaning him to us. But he has agreed to join in and has been working with us on the Abernethy project as our area manager for the project. So I'm very thankful to have him, and you're going to be seeing more of him with me as we talk about the project moving forward.
So good morning, Commissioners. Vidal Francis, for the record, I'm the area manager for the Abernethy Bridge project. And yes, the chair does feel warm. Thank you.
You might pull the microphone just a little closer.
Just a little closer.
Yep.
Can you hear me better now? So just to give you an update on the work that has been completed so far, I would say a substantial amount of work has been completed since the beginning of the project back in 2022. Drill shafts are completed. All of the concrete piers are completed. The last remaining in-water work items are removal of the old piers and removal of the temporary work platforms. The roundabout at OR 43 is complete, as well as the northbound entrance ramp at that location. Since November, we have erected both major sign bridges over I-205. You can probably see them right now as you drive through there. We've also placed girders that spans 1, 2, and 3. Effectively, on the Oregon City side, the girders are all in place. Today, above the piers sits the cross beams. The last of the cross beams are nearing completion. I would say the first half of concrete placement for the last cross beam was done early this week, and continued work is happening now to complete this retrofit work on Pier 10. Key work happening on site now includes barrier demolition, water line relocation work, and preparation for the bridge translation, which is a key item that we've been tracking since early last year and this year as well. There is deck and pedestal demolition happening above northbound piers 7 and 8 to allow for ongoing bearing replacement work and preparation for girder placement to start on the west lens side. Notably, in the photo, you can see that steel girders have begun to show up on site. This is a very significant milestone for this project. Seeing that we were in the water, now we're up on top of the deck there trying to get stuff completed. The project is approximately more than 70% complete, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over right now for Ryan to talk more about schedule items.
Thank you, Vidal. And it's great to see so much work getting done on the project. Unfortunately, the schedule portion of our update is not quite as positive. Last update, we presented on some challenges the contractor's been working through related to the bearings and sole plate fit up, and some steps that we are taking to minimize those. And Vidal's going to present a slide on a number of those efforts and our mitigation efforts again in a moment. Today, even with those new tools being provided, the contractor's schedule is showing the impact of those issues getting worse and not better. As a reminder, when we signed our latest settlement with Kiewit on January 28th of 2025, we established a new contract completion date of October 21st, 2026, giving the contractor an additional 307 days to finish the project. A month later, on the February schedule, they were showing 107 days behind schedule again. And we asked them to please provide a recovery schedule so that we could get back to our accepted date. And we needed to get an accepted schedule per the contract. It's important to ODOT that we have a jointly understood and accepted schedule between the ODOT and the contractor so we can focus our resources on addressing the most critical issues and to keep the project on schedule. In February, we were able to accept the contractor's schedule as noted based on that accepted schedule. We now don't think that we're going to be able to meet the contract completion date of October 21st, 2026. And while this is disappointing news, we want the commission and the legislature to be aware of it now, and that we have a jointly understood timeline between Kiewit with our latest update and what we're doing to recover schedule and when we expect to know more about that schedule and what it was going to mean for the project budget. So we're going to walk through those over the next few slides. And the good news is we do have an experienced contractor and we still have time to make up some of that schedule delay.
Do I have questions from commission before we move on, or?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay, Commissioner Rayford.
I don't want to get ahead of myself here, Ryan, but we finally got a contract or a schedule from our contractor. And I understand that we got the schedule and 10 days later, they modified the schedule. Have we accepted their schedule at this point?
Thank you, Commissioner. So no, the agency has not accepted the December schedule. So we did accept that November schedule, as you can see there. We did not accept the December schedule, which is showing some additional introduction of more than 100 additional forecast days of delay. And that is because we did not receive adequate explanation of what those days were and why they were being added to the schedule. ODOT's requested clarifications and corrections, and we made it clear we want to be a partner on schedule. It's hard to do that if we're surprised with the magnitude of delays in schedule submissions. And we've been working together to implement with them for some time. And so we want to make sure that we understand the schedule together, we have that accepted schedule, and that we're working jointly on a forecast schedule so that we can build a recovery schedule that's realistic.
Yeah, it seems to me that Ryan, surprises roll downhill. So you get surprised and then you surprise us. And everybody gets surprised.
Yeah.
So, I'm hoping with the three of you that we can eliminate the surprises, but honestly, it feels like those surprises are coming from the contractor.
That's our goal, is to make sure that we understand what they're seeing, how we can work through those things together, what tools are needed, and make sure that we're doing everything ODOT can do to make sure that the contractor has what it needs to deliver the project as quickly as possible. That's our goal.
Okay, and then in the upcoming slides, are you going to spend a little time talking about what needs to be done to speed up the process at this point?
We are going to talk a little bit about the mitigation efforts, and I know Vidal has some slides on that. I guess the other thing I might mention is, steel girders are one of the things that are a really critical path right now. We need to make sure that those are coming in because the bridge can't be translated to the final position until that work is done. I know that some of the ODOT team has been out talking to the fabricator and that they seem interested and capable of delivering those girders sooner than is currently shown in the schedule. And so that's something that we're going to be continuing to monitor closely and see if that's something we can move ahead. So if we can get that done and we can get the translation done sooner, those are things we're gonna try to do. But we're gonna have an opportunity to share with you some of the other tools we're using.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ryan, are there any financial penalties for non-compliance or non-performance in the contract? I guess that's one. I'll just do the others. It seems like I'm making the assumption that these delays are adding considerably to the cost of the contract. Who's responsible for that? Who's going to eat those costs? And the last one, if you could talk a little bit about what were the major causes for all of these delays?
So there are a lot of questions there, Commissioner.
Yes, there are.
Let me first talk about maybe talk about the accepted schedule. So the first thing that we're really trying to do is make sure that we have a joint understanding of what schedule looks like, and that's been a real challenge. As you can see on there, we have a number of months without an accepted schedule. We have been withholding some portion of the payments to the contractor until we got an accepted schedule, and that was our tool within the contract in order to do that. And so that was our tool to get to an accepted schedule, and that way we're hopefully singing from the same sheet of music and working together and solving problems. That's the number one thing. The second tool that we have at some point, if we need to use it, is liquidated damages in the contract, and those are over $70,000 a day, if that's necessary. And right now, the contract completion date is still October 21st of 2026 here, and so if we run into these days, we're going to have a conversation about whose responsibility are these delays. And that's something we're gonna have to work through with the contractor, and that has not been done yet. Our goal right now is not to settle that, is to really focus on how do we get the project done as quickly as possible together. Because the best thing we can do for the public and for the cost of the project and everything else is to get the project completed quickly. And that's our objective. If we need to go back and talk about what were the causes and the delays, that's fine. But let's first figure out how to solve the problem that we're facing and get the project completed as quickly as possible. That's our objective. And as we learn more on these other issues, I'm happy to come back and share some of that. But today, that's our objective. So as mentioned on the previous slide, CCO 50 provided that agreed upon schedule between the parties. So this is that CCO 50 that was set as part of our settlement agreement. And then we have below that the contractor's accepted schedule. That's the last one that we have accepted, showing 205 days behind schedule. And as you can see, it pushed out the translation are those two diamonds, the red and the blue, there at the beginning of 26, and we've moved those out. And so the accepted schedule on the bottom does not change the contract completion date, but it does reflect the contractor's current delivery plan. And so ODOT needs to be prepared to extend our inspection costs, our consultant support. We have to go through and extend right-of-way leases and a number of other costs related to the contractor's delivery schedule. And we're necessarily going to be looking at potential contract increases as a result of that for the construction authorization. So we're going to continue to work with on a recovery schedule to reduce critical path durations and get the project done as quickly as possible. But if the schedule slips further to the right, we're going to see increased inspection and consultant costs, lease costs, other things. And if we can bring it back, and this is where I was talking about the best thing we can do for the overall project is to reduce the duration. The more that we can bring it back to the left, we're going to reduce costs overall. So what are we doing to move the schedule to the left? Vidal is going to walk you through several of the steps that we are currently taking to help reduce costs and recover schedule.
So on the screen, there are three of the items that we've kind of used on the project to help to quicken the schedule. And I would say we're actively working with the contractor to recover the schedule in a number of ways. If you remember back in November, Ryan spoke to you about fit up issues with the sole plates, and that we were evaluating solutions to try to figure out how we can speed up the work. Okay, and ODOT, we recently issued a change order to allow the use of liquid shims. Essentially, it's a liquid that can be used between metal plates to fill the voids so that the contractor does not have to take the sole plates off site for remachining or grinding, which takes time. And basically these sole plates, you want to have 100% bearing contact or pressure on these. The use of this product speeds up the work without sacrificing the quality. We've looked at ways to adapt our specifications by allowing jacking at multiple locations at once so that the contractor can work in multiple locations at the same time. Initially in our plans, we had only limited locations where we would allow the contractor to jack up the bridge while we got traffic rolling on there and work in that one location. But now we've expanded that with our engineers so that we can have more opportunities to work in various locations to accelerate the work as well. We've also looked at critical path work for opportunities to expedite or shorten the scheduled work durations. We specifically looked at scope items that were not essential to delivering the functionality of the retrofitted bridge. In concert with our design engineers, we looked at retaining wall A1, which was removed because it impacted the critical path due to unanticipated utility conflicts that it was posing. And that wall itself wasn't essential to the bridge retrofit or the widening work. We've also removed the PPC overlay, which is weather-dependent work, in favor of utilizing a concrete product in its place that minimize weather dependency, which generates delay. And again, we were looking at items that were on the project that could actually affect us in the future as we move forward. And this PPC overlay was one of those items that falling within weather conditions that didn't make it appropriate to actually put it down. We substituted that with another type of material. To gain contracting efficiency, the landscape aspect of the contract, we moved to the soil matrix contract. And lastly, we added additional expertise and resources to the project to support real-time value engineering and optimize scheduling, and to help in recognizing and implementing solutions quickly. And again, that's a whole host of experts that we are trying to tap into to help us identify items on the schedule, items in the work path that the contractor is doing ahead of time so that we could provide some level of mitigation to shorten the schedule or the duration. Consultant partners are also working to assist with workload demands in inspection and daily responses in response of our contract administration efforts. And I'm going to hand it back over to Ryan.
So with those in mind, since it's going to take a little longer to construct the project than we planned, ODOT and our consultants are going to need to spend more time and effort inspecting and providing oversight of the delivery process, which is going to increase our costs. And it's likely that the contractor is going to submit additional costs they believe they're entitled to. So ODOT is going to continue to evaluate those per the contract, to your question, Commissioner, about responsibility. Between now and when we return to the OTC in June, we're going to be working to better understand the true remaining duration of the contract, the effort needed to complete the project, and go through the work of getting those leases and other things done so that we can ensure by the time we come back to you, we have an updated schedule and refined estimates for you in June. Our team's also updating the improved soil matrix contract and understanding what work is needed to deal with that, since we are going to be having to push that out a year, and refining the cost estimates for that. That's the soil matrix work that's used to toughen up the soils to help improve the seismic stability of the bridge as a follow-up contract. We're looking for opportunities to speed that effort up to minimize our ongoing impacts on the communities of Oregon City and West Linn, who have really been good partners to this point. And we want to do everything we can to not overstay our welcome on the construction site.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Baker.
Is the seat warming up anymore? Or, sorry. Obviously, further delays puts everybody in an uncomfortable spot. And I really appreciate the work that you're doing to see what we can do to speed things up. Can you give us a sense of confidence, hopefulness that the contractor will be able to move quicker?
Yes. You know, I still believe focusing our efforts on schedule recovery is in everyone's best interest. And so the commission's as a reminder, the commission, you know, we did not bid this as a low bid job. We did this as a best value contract. And in doing so, we wanted to make sure that we were hiring the most qualified, best company to do the work. And we're working with a very experienced contractor with substantial resources at their disposal. And we have confidence that between now and then, we're going to be able to return to the commission and provide you with a schedule update. And we're going to be able to find solutions for true schedule recovery that reduces the number of delays from that 205 that we've shown you. This is a contractor who's done, you know, a number of these projects around the country, and we feel like working together, we're going to be able to identify some solutions. Yes. Thank you.
I won't say what I'm thinking. Except I'm thinking maybe we need to have the contractor in the hot seat here. I appreciate the update. I'm just looking at the June meeting. Do you think you'll have any information before the June meeting on an update?
We meet with the contractor every day. We have executive team meetings every other week. And so we're constantly meeting with them and working through ideas and concepts and thoughts. So we're constantly meeting with them. And so as those things become available, we don't need to wait until June to make sure that we're sharing information with you. We were planning to come back with a formal update in June. If there's something before then, we can try to make sure that we're keeping you informed, especially if there's movement that we feel like you need to be aware of. We're also having a meeting in May, as you can see up there, that is with the contractor and with the dispute review board. We've had informal conversations with them about schedule already. We're going to continue to talk with them about how can we work together and find solutions. And if there's outcomes from that we should make you aware of before June, we can do that as well. I think Tova was going to share a little bit about the continuous improvement advisory committees and the updates we're going to be starting to provide there too.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. And I think Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, to your points about not wanting to be surprised. Like, we don't want to be surprised, and we definitely don't want you to be surprised. And so we will take every opportunity to bring information forward as the conversations develop. It is our intention to be transparent about the progress of the contract. We've been bringing updates to the commission as well as the Legislative Joint Oversight Committee on a regular basis since early 2025, and we will continue that. And as Ryan said, if there's an opportunity before June, we will take advantage of it. To the point about the upcoming opportunities that are already on the calendar. We will be doing updates on the status of the project and risks and opportunities in the project through the major project quarterly reports. That first report will come to the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee next month, and then we'll follow to the commission, and then we'll follow to the legislature, and that will happen on that 3-month cycle moving forward. And so there'll be an opportunity in that space and through those reports. We'll also and we're targeting the June meeting. If there's an opportunity prior to that, we'll certainly share it. I think that the major project quarterly reports are an opportunity to document progress and share it with the legislature as well. I also anticipate that there'll be opportunities through legislative days to share updates too, and we would first be talking to the commission about those updates and then sharing them with the joint committee. So at every opportunity, we want to be transparent about where we are, and our intention, as Ryan has said, is to complete construction in as timely a manner as possible, because that is the best way to manage cost risk for all of us, for Oregon, and to like deliver the project that we're all looking for, which is the seismically resilient bridge. So I think through the updates, we'll continue to share what the trade-offs are and the decisions we need to make. And I think that's really what we're looking for, is the opportunity to share like where there's opportunity to make decisions and what the trade-offs of those decisions will be, and be like as timely about that as possible. So I think, Ryan, we can shift over to your updates on your quarterly meetings. Are we?
Oh, I think we
already covered?
yeah.
All right, then I think on that note, we're probably.
The
we've
last
covered all
thing, the last thing is, as we do bring those, and we do need to bring if we do need to bring action items, so we'll be bringing those in August or December. And so I wanted to make sure that we shared that with you. And just as a reminder, you know, in full transparency, when we did talk about the urban mobility strategy and the funding that was part of that and the timelines, we mentioned at that time that we knew there were some risks, and we knew that there were things we were going to need to continue to talk with you about. And this is part of our commitment to come and make sure that we're sharing those with you as they come up.
Sure, it's not a complete surprise. Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a really frustrating project, and
yes,
a lot of reasons for that, but as Mr. Courtwright expressed this morning, the costs have really escalated substantially, and to some extent, I think perhaps the commission has not paid enough attention to this as we should. At this point, I kind of think, Madam Chair, that it would be good if we just had this as a regular item on our agenda as we go forward until we get this done, and not wait so long for reports. I'd like this kind of report or some version of that, perhaps at every meeting, so we keep track of it. I think we owe that to the public.
Absolutely. So we'll add it to our agenda. Staff are shaking their head yes. Yeah, looking at the timeline, the May 11th meeting, your quarterly meeting is going to be after the commission meets in May, and then we meet in June, so it's going to be really close. So, but if you get something, of course, we would want an update.
we will plan on being back for the May OTC meeting then with an update.
The last note I would like to share related to Mr. Courtwright's comments is he was talking about, you know, the project's late or the project's not. The project schedule actually was part of our settlement agreement, and that has been public knowledge that it was not back in 25. It's been public knowledge, and you have known, and the legislature's known, that we've all shared with them that it was October of this year that it was going to be delivered. And so now that we have an accepted schedule that shows an agreed upon that it was going to be later than that, that's why we're here today. And that's part of making sure that we are following through on exactly what we committed to keeping you up to date on. And we'll continue to do that.
And I think with the lack of updates, we have a tendency to forget.
Yeah.
So, you know, it helps us understand what we've decided upon in the past. There's so much that is brought before this commission, and trying to keep track of all those dates. So I think that you remind us. Thank you for doing that. And we'll see where we end up.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yes. Director. Wait, you're not hot on the mic yet. No. There you go.
Okay, before you take off, because I know the seat was hot, but I think it was Christmas week. I was still over at Parks, and they graciously gave me a tour of the site, and I think that was, Fidel, it was your first week as well. And just to see the leadership that the two of you have brought to the project, and the solutions and the creativity, and I know it's a lot of work, and I know it's really hot and heavy right now, but I just wanted to appreciate and acknowledge what I see you doing.
Thank you. I'm happy to help.
Thank you for that. And anytime a commissioner wants to go out and see the project, we'd love to have you out and show you around.
It's been a while, so we might want to do that sometime. Fit that into the schedule. All right. At this point, it's 12 after. We're going to go to lunch. Originally, we were going to be back by 12:40. Are we going to be able to do that? I think so. Think so? 12:45. Thanks. going to welcome everybody back. We are 5 minutes behind. So obviously we didn't all get the memo. It's not tight enough. Okay. No, with that said, we're only 5 minutes behind. So at this point, we're going to do the CIAC update, and this is informational. So it's item G, and I'll turn it over to Tova and Kat.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for having us. My name is Tova Peltz. I am the interim Delivery and Operations Division Administrator, and I'm joined by, I think you're turned on. You're good.
Am I? Okay.
Yeah.
Kat Silva, I'm the Operations Project Manager, working in Delivery and Operations Division.
And we are here to provide an update on the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, the rebooted Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee. So we're going to walk through updates on implementing the new committee and our major project quarterly reporting and next steps. Great.
So to date, we've held the first 2 meetings with the new committee membership. We did welcome our NEPA experts at the last meeting. So now we have a full committee, all roles filled that were statutorily required until the committee or the commission feels as though like additional members are necessary, which they have the discretion to add. We have also modified the schedule for the major projects quarterly report. So we had originally anticipated and bringing that forward to the commission today, and ultimately shifted that out to May so that we could provide the first quarterly report that would cover content for the first quarter of 2026. And so we have now met with the new committee 2 times. We have brought them up to speed on what that template will look like and gotten their feedback on exactly what they want to see in that report, so that when we are bringing it forward, it has the content that will provide the information and the updates, the substantive updates that they're looking for and that you all are looking for, hopefully. So I will pass it to Tova to talk more about what that template looks like, but ultimately we will be bringing that forward to you, the full report forward to you in May.
So through the reports, we are aiming to document and share the status and health of our major projects and provide more details about the risks and opportunities that we're tackling in project development and delivery. The reports provide an overview of cost estimates and funding, as well as a strategy for cost management over the life of the projects. The quarterly reports also include projects that are in construction, projects that are in design, and projects that are in planning. So for some of the projects in planning and design, we don't have funding secured yet for final design or construction. And the quarterly reports will provide insight for decision-making around funding strategy and delivery timelines. And then the cumulative major project reports will also flag trends across our whole portfolio and can help us manage financial decisions, like looking out beyond the immediately funded projects. So we'll have more perspective on projects in planning and development for future investment. And we'll also be able to see trends in construction delivery and apply those lessons learned to projects in development. Our previous iteration of the CIAC, we only brought projects forward once they were completed, and there wasn't a lot of opportunity for seeing trends and then applying those trends and lessons learned actively during the life of projects. And so there's a lot of opportunity with this new format, both for the commission to get those updates and weigh in and be part of that dialogue, as well as sharing that progress with the legislature through the Joint Oversight Committee.
And I will also just flag as a reminder that the statute requires us to report on projects that are $250 million and over, and we've decided to report on projects that are $50 million and over. So you will be seeing a larger swath of projects than are statutorily required. And so this is just a snapshot of our timeline. The stars just indicate the touch points with the commission. And at the next committee meeting, we'll be talking about our kind of project delivery performance measures, as well as bringing forward the design and planning templates. We've talked about the construction template. We want to also give an opportunity for the committee to weigh in on the other templates for the other project phases, so that we're making sure that we're bringing forward, getting their feedback integrated, and getting the the project report updated with those, with that feedback. And so we'll be bringing that first full quarterly report to the committee in April and then back to the commission in May. We anticipate this to be an iterative process. So we'll be, like I said, incorporating feedback as we get it and making adjustments to the template, the content, so that it meets the need and provides that opportunity for the committee to identify opportunities for continuous improvement and provide the commission with the opportunity to provide the oversight that the legislature anticipated or wanted from this statutory change.
And we really appreciate the leadership of Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer on the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, as well as the director and our members, our members from the public, from the contracting industry, from the consultant industry, and then our environmental experts. So it's a good group.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm just curious, obviously this was a big piece of the conversations around the legislature in the long session and the short session. And, our success in the long session in 2027, I think it's going to be legislators feeling much more comfortable with oversight and process. So I'm just curious, how many of these quarterly reports do you think we'll go through? How many times will we have to demonstrate our oversight prior to the time that the 2027 legislature comes together?
We'll have delivered
At least 3, that the 4th will come during the legislative session, the long legislative session.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Are you finished or do
You're
you have more?
finished.
Okay.
We bought back the 5 minutes.
Sorry. It's like, okay. Questions? Yes, Commissioner.
I guess one question I would ask, your NEPA expert from the Colorado DOT, I mean, was there a deliberate effort to find someone out of state with NEPA expertise, or, or was it that you couldn't find someone in state?
We were looking for someone outside of Oregon, outside of Washington, to help to be a resource and help inform our process. And we did some. We cast a wide net looking for pursuing interest, and also folks who had experience and exposure to major projects. We looked at both on the public side and on the private side. So,
okay.
I was trying to remember. I think we had 3 applicants or two.
We got 2 letters of
applicants
interest, yeah.
that came forward and selected.
And does that person zoom in to meetings? Okay.
Yeah, and all our meetings are Zoom.
Yeah.
Right now. Yeah.
And
Thanks.
also the NEPA expert that we have from CDOT also brings over a decade of consultant experience as well.
Right.
So, so he's got a little bit of both.
Any comment from you, Vice Chair? No, I think that, we're just getting into the work and fully, staffed up. One of the things, when we do have another commissioner join us, we're going to start splitting up. I mean, I know right now all the commission members are wearing different hats. We're trying to cover all of these things, and it's difficult. It seems like there's redundancy of sitting on this, many committees, but I think it's important that we do this work so that the legislators do feel comfortable, because I think one of the criticisms of the commission has been that we're not involved enough, that we're not aware of what's going on, which wasn't necessarily true. It's just that now we are mandated to do that. So we were doing it before, but yes, Vice Chair.
I think we're off to a good start. I think it's going to be an evolutionary process, trying to figure it out. And at least in my opinion, it's a little duplicative in terms of we get the CIC doing, but that doesn't take away our responsibility as a commission to sort of do the same thing or something very similar. So it's built in, but I think it's a good opportunity to help the legislators have a better understanding. Although I have to admit, I'll be a little skeptical that they'll pay any attention.
coming from a former legislator, but
I've
that.
opined on that
I
many
just wanted to
times.
say that. It's not gonna come out of my mouth. No, I think the other piece of it is the more that we can review things, the better we are as a commission. I mean, I know for myself, and I'm speaking for myself at this point, there's so many things that are happening, so many projects, so many opportunities for us. And it's hard sometimes as a commissioner to be able to be really informed on things when we're trying to make decisions. So this is going to help, I think, in that way, at least for myself. So one quick question. I know that people have asked, can the public participate? Can they watch? Are these recorded? What are we doing as far as the committee? Is there a recording of these committee meetings that people can go to the website and click on them and watch?
Yes, so the meetings are, the public are welcome to join the meetings via Zoom. They would be in the audience, similar to the way that the commission
Right.
meetings are structured. And then we do post the recordings. I will say that there was a delay in getting the February meeting posted. So that did get posted this week. So,
Okay.
but they are available on the CIAC website.
And I think that that's the reason I pointed that out was I was aware of it, but I wanted to point it out to the public because I think that sometimes they feel like we're not transparent enough. But if you want the information, ODOT is really good at communicating the information. It's just that you have to take the time to go listen to it and watch the commission meetings, or you have to go to the different modal sites or the different or not modal sites, but modal committees or et cetera to watch these things. But the state of Oregon is very transparent now in meeting laws. And so for anyone that's watching today, that's wondering, there's a copy of any meeting that happens in the state, just about. So, okay. Well, thank you for the
Thank you.
update. We'll see you soon. Okay, we're gonna, yes. What did you? Oh, I was gonna say, we're gonna move to.
Commenting.
Oh, okay. We're gonna move to
Don't pay attention
to
to me.
item H, legislative concept development update. Yes.
Hello again.
Good afternoon.
Again, Malia Masiba, the Director of External Affairs here at ODOT. And as promised this morning, I am back to sort of go over our 2027 legislative concept development, sort of the short list of LCs that we have right now, as well as what the development process will look like over the next 8 months so that you all can see how we're preparing for the 2027 legislative conversation in addition to the 2027 funding package work. So if we can go ahead and, oh, there we go. So as we always sort of remind agency folks as we go into development work, state agencies are under the umbrella of the governor's office in the executive branch. And so a lot of our work, we're always looking for how we can connect with the governor's priorities, which continue to be housing and homelessness, as well as behavioral health. And obviously there's a focus right now on economic development and prosperity. So we've also received clear direction from the governor for the 27 development cycle to really be focusing on LCs that are low to no cost, and really continuing to keep state agencies improving customer service and staying focused on core mission. So here is sort of the process timeline, and you can see where we are today, OTC review. And then we have, the enterprise has an April 1st is the first deadline for filing LCs. That deadline is, the general deadline is actually April 10th. Unless you have more than 10 LCs, then the governor's office requests that those be uploaded by April 1st. We will not have 10 or more LCs, but that is the earliest deadline. So I put that up there. So the way that this will work is we will upload our first batch of LCs by April 10th. Over April and May, the governor's office will be sort of sorting through all of the LCs from across the state. They'll give an initial thumbs up, thumbs down on LCs that are moving forward. We will come back to OTC in May with what we at that time will be our final list. There may be maybe one or two LCs that we go over today that we may not bring back to you in May, but they are still on our list of considerations for today. So we'll sort of get a final thumbs up, thumbs down from you all in May. And then over May in the summer, we will actually be drafting those LCs that are approved by the governor's office with Ledge Council. Early into the fall, Ledge Council will stop drafting agency LCs in October. We will have a final draft of our LCs by November, and the pre-session filing deadline is December 11th. So any questions about the timeline before we kind of look at the LCs?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Keep going.
Great. So the ledge concepts that we have right now for 2027, we have a handful of omnibus LCs. Each of these are specific to a division, and they're all technical, largely statutory language updates. And so we'll have an omnibus LC for commercial motor vehicles, one for DMV, one for the STIP, one for finance and budget and policy data analysis. And then there'll be, at this point, a single ODOT fee bill. So those are 5 different LCs that are sort of omnibus buckets for each of those departments. And then individually, we'll have at this point a right-of-way cleanup bill. We're really trying to be able to streamline our ability to contract with local partners more quickly, more easily, so that cleanups can happen more responsively for folks. We are potentially looking at an LC that has to do with ODOT's ability to access existing aggregate sites. Essentially what has happened is that over time, aggregate sites that we've had for a long time have been, the population has changed quite a bit around them, and they're not quite as rural and remote as they used to be. And so accessing some of those existing aggregate sites can take more steps.
Oh, I'm sorry, right. I'm asleep over here. I'm recovering from lunch.
Are these sites that ODOT presently owns?
So these are existing ODOT sites. Yes.
So they're already permitted?
We have the sites, but permitting, and if we get too far, I'll call Amanda or Tova up to answer this. But essentially, it's the permit to access and haul in and out of those sites in what are now more municipal areas.
You know, it's always a complaint from the neighbors.
Oh, yeah, anytime you do anything with
moved
it,
in.
you get.
Yep. So that is one that is, that's on our list for now. We're still sort of figuring out some of the details and digging in. And also just to be clear, we're very, very early in the LC process right now, which is why this update is relatively brief. We're really just presenting these LCs as buckets. When we come back in May, there'll be more details and refinement, as well as potentially some more decisions as to things that we may have decided are not, prudent or achievable for 27. So, but for right now, we do have an aggregate LC on the list. As we talked about a little bit earlier this morning, a potential advisory committee consolidation. ODOT has many of these, some of which are in statute. So if we do get far enough in our work where we're able to either consolidate or eliminate, even in cases where there are committees that really aren't functioning anymore, but they're still in statute, we would just have to have an LC cleanup to remove them. So. And that is the full list. So we have 7 right now. We have the 5 omnibus, the aggregate bill, and then the, sorry, I'm blanking on my words here. The advisory committee bill, and the right-of-way bill. So 8 right now with probably 6 or 7 of them coming back at you in May.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Millie, are these, are you precluded from talking to the legislative transportation committees before you get governor's approval? on concepts?
At this point in the process where we are is we can be speaking with stakeholders as far as at a very high level saying, this is maybe what we're thinking about. These are not approved. These aren't written out in detail yet. So we can get some general feedback on things.
I'm just thinking, many years ago when I was chairing the PUC, we used to have an open process where we would talk with the stakeholders, which were much narrower than we have, about the concepts that we have and what they had beforehand. That was helpful. That generally was before we ever submitted them to the governor.
Yeah, we're not precluded from having stakeholder conversations right now. It's just with a heavy emphasis that these are not finalized, they're not approved yet.
Sort of in a, this is kind of what we're thinking about.
Exactly, exactly. A very hypothetical conversation about how something might be implemented or what the impacts would be.
These are the kind of things that there's a good chance, because they're all technical pretty much, that they would, if you got them drafted, they would end up in an omnibus bill.
Potentially. I think that because they are so technical in nature this time around, and obviously I was not at ODOT previously. I've been on the other side of ODOT bills in the legislative session. But that's how they came out as omnibus bills right now, is because really the fixes and changes that we're looking to make are very narrow, very specific technical fixes. So they're larger omnibus bills instead of big policy bills, because we have some other policy stuff to work on. So.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
I just wanted to touch on the right-of-way cleanup bill.
Okay.
And one of the governor's priorities, which is housing and homelessness. Not all trash in ODOT right-of-ways comes from homeless people. But there are some significant hotspots, at least in my community, that we have encampment activity and we have a lot of cleanup costs associated with that. As I see those areas get cleared and cleaned up, I think that there are probably some real opportunities to be more deliberate about the clearing and cleanup process in ways that would make it more efficient and maybe less traumatic. And B, might help to prevent the problem from coming back. So my thought here is that if you're talking about being able to contract out right away cleanup, if there are ways that you could provide opportunities to both coordinate and award contracts to homeless service providers, there might be opportunities again for the cleanups to be done in less dramatic ways, and also to support organizations that are helping to get people on the pathway out of homelessness, so that the problem doesn't come back as fast. So that may be way more like a whole facet that you hadn't even been thinking about, that makes the bill way more complicated. But if there are opportunities to, integrate that kind of, those kinds of concepts into this bill, then you would also be hitting one of the governor's legislative priorities as well.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think you make a couple of good points there. One of those is that not all cleanups are homelessness encampments or because of homeless activity, right? So that's definitely true. And I think that in some cases, those end up being two separate conversations. When you have a cleanup that is just debris from whatever the cases are, whether it's other people activity or whether it's storms, that's different than having encampment cleanup. And part of the conversation and the desire here is to be able to partner with folks who have that type of expertise and experience and bring them into that cleanup situation. Many state agencies have this issue with camping cleanups, where what we are allowed to do and prescribed to do is very different than what a city or a county or another human services organization is able to do. So we want to be able to expedite that process when it's necessary.
So that's near and dear to my heart because I've been working on that one for a long time with my own community in my own ODOT region. But Vice Chair, did you have something else? Okay, I didn't know.
Still on?
You're okay. It's all right. Leave it on, but just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yep. I believe that is the end of it. And so any other questions? You guys know how to reach us and we're happy to bring you when we'll be back in May to do an update on this as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank
Emily.
you.
That was easy and, you know, we're ahead of time again. So we made up that time. I forgive you guys for coming back late. All right, let's see. Well, maybe we're not quite. Okay. We're on I. So proposed policy option packages? No, yes, POPs. There we go.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Brown, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Dana Porter, ODOT's Finance and Budget Division Administrator. And yes, POPs and budget. So that's what we're here to talk to you about today. And joining me here is Stephen Hamlin. Let him officially introduce himself.
Good afternoon, Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer and members of the commission. My name is Stephen Hamlin. I'm the new but also returning budget manager.
Yes. So let me do the intro. I just wanted you to say your name for the record.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So Stefan's our new but not new, and the key to the not new thesis is that, you know, given where we are and what we need in terms of having somebody really seasoned and experienced as ODOT's budget manager moving forward, bringing Stefan back was super key to this. So Stefan has been in a role. He's been a long time ODOT employee who was the delivery and operations budget manager for many years, and then was ODOT's budget manager before Betsy Einwald stole him and took him to Department of Revenue to be their CFO. So being able to bring him back is a huge boon for us and puts us in a position where we have someone who's very experienced and solid, knows ODOT, knows how ODOT budget works, to be able to step in and handle managing ODOT's budget function going forward. So it's really exciting to have him back, and thank you, Stefan, for coming back. Despite the fact that eyes wide open, he's coming back in knowing that it's challenging work and there's some long hours ahead of us.
Yeah.
So I'll turn to him and really to deal with talking through our budget and POPs in your role.
Okay. Thanks, Daniel. And yeah, my heart's always been with transportation. So I did go away for 4.5 years and I'm back now. So a little closer. Okay. Can you hear me now? Is that good? Okay. So yikes. Sorry. I'm here to talk to you guys. Well, now that I got that out of my way, I guess I can start. So I'm here to talk to you guys a little bit about the overview for on the 27-29 budget development process and on our POPs that we will be doing. So this is an informational item for you guys. We will be coming back to you in May and June to have you do some approvals for us. So this is kind of setting the stage for that. So, okay. So we'll talk a little bit about what the budget cycle is, what your involvement in that is. We'll talk about the POPs, our agency request budget, the ARB development, and then what our budget outlook is and the next steps. I'm just a little nervous, but that's okay. We'll get there. Okay, so here is the statewide budget cycle, and it's made up of 3 distinct parts. We're in the orange part right now at the bottom of the slide here. That's the agency request budget. So at this time, we start developing what we would like to move forward. That then goes to the blue section. So we do that between now and August, but we'll be coming to you in June because we have some deadlines, statewide deadlines that we have to meet to get your approval on the budget. That then becomes the governor's, then we go into the governor's recommended budget, which a sitting governor has until December 1st to produce that. But then in an election year, they have until February 1st to produce that. So there might be, if there's a change in governorship, that may not come out till February. of next year. And then, as you guys know, we will submit our budget with testimony to the legislature during the long session. And hopefully they will approve our budget, and we will then start the new biennium with that approved budget. One of note, and that is that I just want to say that we have to submit a balanced budget. And that'll, as we get further in this presentation, I'll talk about why that is, why that's important. Okay, so here are the three major budget phases, and I guess I already covered all of those. So I'm going to go on. I'm not staying to my script, but that's okay. Okay, so here on this slide, I want you guys to know that what your involvement in this is. So the OTC is directed in statute to review and approve the agency budget prior to submittal to DAS. That's why we're going to come back to you in May and in June to get those approvals from you. It's done in 2 stages, like I just mentioned. In May, we'll come back and ask you guys to approve the POPs. So today you'll see an initial list of POPs that we are needing to submit to DAS. They need to see an initial list by April 17th. And then we will, those could change as we have ongoing conversations with the governor's office and with DAS and with some of our other partners. During this time, and then, I'm sorry, then in June, we'll come back and ask you guys to approve the formal, the entire budget at that point. During this time, if you guys have any directions that you want to give us as we're considering what to put in our budget, we are more than welcome to have you guys do that. But we do have very strict, I would say strict DAS instructions on how to put our budget together. And then the chair will need to certify the ARB budget. You'll have to do that with a signature, and that's usually done in August. Okay, so for the agency request budget, what we're already currently working on is developing our base budget. We do that between now and about the middle of April. And the base budget basically is taking our current budget for the current biennium and rolling that into the next bienniums as a budget prep file. And that basically becomes our base budget. We do look at our personal services. There's a whole list here. I'm not going to go over every one of them, but I just want to let you guys know we have a lot of vacancies. So we're looking at those kind of changes in our base budget. And in the middle of April is when the state freezes all the positions to take a budget snapshot to build our budgets on. That's known as the PICS freeze. And so we're trying to make sure all of our positions are in the files properly, correctly before that freeze happens. Then in the middle of April through the end of June, we work on our current service levels. So we take the base budget and we have essential packages that DAS has basically told us how to navigate. And I've listed some of those down here, the big ones. There's a vacancy factor that we will have to put in. There's programs that we may phase in or phase out. There is, for instance, we had a bill that passed in the short session that we told in our fiscal impact analysis, we told them that we would need another position next biennium. So we would be phasing that in to our budget for next biennium based on this bill that passed. Then we also do inflation. The inflation numbers are given to us. They're statewide inflation numbers given to us by DAS. So we basically plug those in and inflate every line based on that. And then we need to do, if there's any technical adjustments or things like that, we do those kind of essential, what they're called essential packages.
Yes.
Question?
Before we leave that slide, we talked earlier about how we are holding 138 positions deliberately open, to balance the budget for this year. So I believe those are planned as current service level. I mean, we those will be reflected as part of current service level.
Correct.
But do we, as we're budgeting, do we ask for the money for those 138
Correct,
positions in the
yes.
next year, as opposed to this year where we are holding them purposely vacant to balance our budget?
Correct. So the state will freeze all positions at whatever step they are currently being paid at. So a person that is a filled position, they will look at that and say, okay, this person's at step 6. They will freeze it there, and then they will build on top of that, that they will get step increases and things like that. A vacant position, the state has historically frozen those at step 3 of the hiring range. My understanding is, and I'm going to get into this in just a second on a future slide, our budget kickoff meeting for the state is actually next week, and we're anticipating getting instructions that they are going to change the freeze step at higher than a step 3, because most state agencies fill positions at higher than 3. We usually fill at step 5 or higher in most of our classifications. So those vacant positions will freeze at right now, currently at step 3. And that would be then put into our budget so we could fill them. So yes, each of the vacant positions will have a budget associated to it.
So the ARB, I mean, this is leaving all kinds of other things out. The ARB will show basically our current budget plus, funds for another 138 positions.
Sort of. So if we had the revenue to support it.
Okay.
And so if there was sufficient revenue, then that's exactly what would happen.
Okay. But if not, then we will at least carry those 138 vacant.
If not, right, we're gonna have Steph will probably get in this. We're gonna have reduction packages. Essentially, this is what we did 2 years ago, which is this is what we need to reduce in order to get to a balanced budget.
Right.
And so remember 2 years ago that was a really difficult process we had to go through. Unfortunately, we will have to go through that process again because all of the fixes for this biennium are one time. Right? None of that really carries over into next biennium.
Okay, Vice Chair has a question, then I'll move over here. Okay.
Sort of a follow-up, maybe ask it in a little different way. Last year, I remember when we were doing it, the commission recommended a balanced budget. That was because we didn't have the revenue to support the continuing operation, and the governor then added to it. I guess the same as I'm just thinking, hopefully I'm wrong, without new revenue, we will not have the ability to support our existing operating structure in the next budget period. So question would be, how do we adjust that? And the other question would be, what are the opportunities if we wanted to change the structure of the organization? Does the process allow that?
Well, I can answer the first question for sure. So the first question being that, yes, actually on the next slide, which I will go to, so once we have our current service level, we actually do a modified current service level. So if our revenues, which we already know, will not be enough to support our budget request, we will have to do, like Daniel said, revenue reduction packages or revenue shortfall packages. They're also referred to as package 070s. Those we will have to do just like we did 2 years ago when we put the current budget together. As for your second question, I do believe that there is opportunity to look into that. We are constantly reviewing how we are organized to make changes to our budget structures, but we also make decisions on what will move forward and what won't move forward. So if you have, again, like I said, if you have direction for us as an agency to put a budget together, we are more than welcome to hear that from you guys and include that in our request.
Not exactly straightforward this year. So I guess where I was kind of going with that is trying to think through for us to do our job. we may have to have some supplemental meetings to deal with this.
And we're more than happy to do that. Yes.
Wait, you're not on. There you go.
Okay. Just to add to that, so we do have the ability to adjust the organization to meet its financial needs. And you would want to be involved in that conversation to talk about how we might structure that differently.
Start with not paying the commissioners. How's that?
We're not going to pay you any more than we do now.
Okay, good. Commissioner
Keep
Baker.
paying lunch.
That's right.
Well, that might
Commissioner
have to
Baker.
bring your own.
No more lunch.
There's a chance, I don't know how big of a chance, that on May 19th, our revenue picture could change. How do we deal with that based on this schedule?
Okay, I guess a really good question. I like the optimism in that
Me
right
too.
there. So if the vote moves in favor of the tax increases and fee increases go into effect, then the revenue would start to, they would take effect sometime in June, presumably, and so then the revenue starts showing up like in July. That dramatically changes sort of these shortfall packages that Steph is talking about. Timing on how that gets put together in terms of a budget for 27-29, I mean, that is going to be, we would be working a lot of long hours in a very short amount of time to get a budget modified so that we could probably come to you guys in July in order for you to approve something so that we can submit in August. Because that is a hard deadline for us, is August for submitting the DAS. But yeah, it would, there's a possibility there, and then we would, that changes the revenue picture dramatically. Okay.
Okay, so on the next slide, this is our budget outlook for 27-29. So barring a positive outcome on May 19th, we do believe that our operational expenditures are going to exceed our, they're inflating faster than any of the revenues that we have. So we do anticipate having to do revenue shortfall packages. We will work on those in the month of May once we've built the current service level, because we need to know what our request is and compare that to our revenues to see how big of a gap that is so that we can then produce those shortfall packages. On the next slide. So once we have that, our modified current service level, then we can look at adding any policy option packages. Now, it seems counterintuitive that we would be asking for new things when we don't have enough revenue. But this is probably the only real opportunity that an agency has to advocate for items going forward to be included in the governor's recommended budget and then going to the legislature. So there are things that we would like to propose, and we also have things that we are being mandated to do that we have to put in for. On this slide, the initial POP list is due to DAS by April 1st. That's actually has been now revised by DAS. We now have till April 17th. So when I prepared this presentation, that hadn't been known at that time yet. So we do have a couple more weeks to work on our initial POP list. We've already been, the ones I'm going to share with you, we've already talked to the governor's office and to DAS, Chief Financial Office at DAS about them. We basically have been working on getting POPs together from the division administrators since December. We kind of vetted those in February with, like I said, with the director, with the governor's office, and with DAS Chief Financial Office. So we do have to submit a list. So we wanted to come to you and at least show you guys what we're planning on submitting. And then again, any feedback you have on that list would be greatly valuable, because we're going to return in May with the official list that we're going to have you guys approve at that point. So the list will most likely change as things move forward. So some things you guys might have direction on, but the governor's office may weigh in on some things. And as we produce the revenue shortfall packages, we may be putting in restoration packages as well, which will not be reflected in today's list. So we have broken the initial POP list down into legislative mandates and then agency requests. So on this slide, we have 4 legislative mandates. 2 of them stem from House Bill 3991. So this is the part of House Bill 3991 that will remain in law regardless of the outcome of the vote. So these are things that will move forward. And so we have 2 components of that bill that we need to address. One is the truck taxation modernization. So we will have some, and in your materials, I'm sorry, there's a more detailed breakdown of these POPs. I didn't want to go through all of the details here, but again, we can meet with you guys and talk about individual POPs. There are dollars and resources for this line and the next line also, which is the implementation of the mandatory RUC program. We have 2 other mandates. One is actually from 2022, House Bill 4139, where we need to develop a strategy to reduce carbon footprint of construction materials. We did not get any funding for that from the legislature, but they mandated us to do this. And so we're coming back and asking for funding. In fact, the legislation asks us to come back and ask for funding. So that's why we are putting this forward. And then the last one is the homeless ID card fee waiver funding. We talked with the governor's office about this, and they did say that we should put this forward. Right now, it is an unfunded, we cannot use state highway funds for this. And so we're asking for general funds on this. We have been using the transportation operating fund to fund this, but we also are squeezed in that area. So we're basically going to go ask for general funds on this program. On this next slide, here are 4 agency request policy option packages. By the way, I should have said the direction from DAS is that every one of our policy option packages needs to be revenue neutral. So the ones that I showed you that have mandates, those may not be considered revenue neutral, but we are still putting them on the list because we need a funding source for those. These ones here, we have tried our best to make them revenue neutral. So the first one here is a facilities capital construction project for our Faribault Bend point of entry and in our Ontario Wash Bay improvements. So what we have done is we've basically, in our funding models, we have set aside money to do capital construction and capital improvement projects. And so this is already money that we have counted on to do these projects. And so but we need to request them of the legislature to do these types of projects. So we believe that it is revenue neutral because we've already planned to spend the money in these areas. The next one you may have, this one is tied to what you heard from Malia about our student driver training fee. There is a legislative concept that we're working on in conjunction with this. So this is the companion policy option package that would go along with that. So anytime a legislative concept has a budget impact, we also have to have a policy option package to go along with it. The third one on the list here is the Oregon Motor Voter Program funding. Again, this is not highway fund eligible. And so in this case, we're asking for general fund. Again, this may not be revenue neutral, but this is an area that we have been funding with transportation operating funds. And we believe that we should be seeking this from the general fund. The last one is actually a continuation of a federal grant program where we have limited duration positions that are doing both the greenhouse gas and transportation electrification. Try to say that fast. To meet federal and state requirements. And also the second part is to continue our transportation planning rule partnership with local jurisdiction. Right now we have limited duration positions. These are both 6-year programs, and this is the last 2 years of those programs. So we want to finish them out. 95% of this is being paid for from federal funds, and the 5% state match that we have to come up with has already been accounted for in our budget. So we do believe this is revenue neutral.
Yes, go ahead.
Could you
Yes.
flip back to that prior
Yes.
slide? Regarding the Oregon Motor Voter Program funding.
Yes.
We provide the voter registration honestly for the Secretary of State. So when we look at these and say, does this belong to us or does it belong to somebody else? In the course of the budget process, do we have an opportunity to say, we think this is in the wrong place? That's just my opinion, and
Yes.
it doesn't reflect the opinion of the chair who's giving me the side eye, but.
No, I wasn't. I
Oh.
just looked. Sorry.
Yeah.
Don't look at you.
But this is a program where there's some question in my mind as to whether or not this should be ODOT funded or funded someplace else.
Right.
And it's just an example of probably a number of them that we will see in the process, so.
And I think that's why we're asking for
general
funds for this, because we believe it's not something that should be funded but transportation dollars, whether it's non-highway or highway. So the request was to ask for the state to fund it, the general funds, instead of coming from us.
Okay.
And do you know when you're gonna have that cost determined? I see it's to be determined.
It
Do
is
we
to be
have an idea?
determined. That's probably a better Amy question.
Okay, well, we'll ask Amy when she sees this later.
So you'll be able to identify the additional cost to do the voter portion separate from the licensing?
Mhm.
Is that what you're trying to figure out? What it costs additional, while they're in there doing that, what's the additional cost of doing the registration?
Yeah, so DMV has a very robust fee study that they do every 2 years, which looks at each one of these different sort of, we'll call them products, right? That they different types of transactions that they have at DMV, and they look at how much does it cost for each transaction that they have that's related to that activity.
Yeah.
And so they're
I would imagine there's a lot of argument there that's sort of, you're here anyway, all we're doing is asking you, is taking that information and sending it to the Secretary of State.
and there's more to it.
I understand that.
New things they're asking us to do that has additional costs associated with it. So
And recently, we saw that
Yeah,
additional cost.
Yeah, now you got to make sure that the person's not from American Samoa and things like that, Puerto Rico, things like that. So it's, we definitely witnessed over the last year and a half how that process of verification that we do to ensure that the voter data that goes to the Secretary of State has integrity is added to DMV workload. So I mean, and how you tease that apart, that's a way more sophisticated process than I can imagine.
But it sounds like we have a mechanism to tease that out. I
Right,
see
so
a
we'll be able to
head shake,
estimate
yes.
the costs.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think you're gonna run into real public policy opposition from the legislature on encumbering that too much, because there's fairly strong sense, although the politics of that may be real different now.
So I do want to point out that in the additional material that we submitted to you guys, there were cost estimates and resource requests. Those have not been, we have not done the final costing of those because we need the instructions from DAS to do that, which we will get this next week. Like I told you, the budget kickoff meeting is actually on Tuesday. And once we have that, then we will be able to update the cost estimates that are on the POPs that we have given you. So these are initial cost assumptions that we're making. So this is my last slide here is just next steps. We'll come back to you in May to ask you guys to consider the final POP list at that point. Again, the list we have in front of you today may change based on conversations with the governor's office and some of our other partners. And we may have other items that we may need to add to it, like the restoration packages that I mentioned after we build our shortfall packages. Also in May, we will inform you guys how the revenue reduction packages are going. I told you that'll take probably the whole month of May. So we'll come to you guys with some initial impressions of how, probably what the gap is that we're shooting at. And then trying to, we probably will not have the final packages all completed at that point when we come to you in May. In June, when we come back to you again, that's when we will ask you guys to approve our agency request budget, which would include the POPs. So it'll be our base budget, our current service level, our current modified current service level, and our POPs all rolled together into our agency request budget. We will come to you in June because we actually have to submit all the final numbers by the end of June to DAS. And then we have July and August to work on our budget narrative. That's the written form. And that's the document that Chair Brown, you will have to certify is that document. So in August, we'll be coming to you for that certification. And then the final version, as the last bullet here, the final versions of the POPs in their narrative form will be included in all of those documents as well. And I think if there's any other questions.
Questions or comments? Commissioner Baker.
Welcome back. Great to have you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm glad to be back. Thank you.
You say that now.
I will continue to say that.
Good. Well, we are thrilled you're back. I think that one thing, again, the more that we do this, the more that we talk about it and show that the commission's involved, the better. I mean, in the past, there was these conversations that were happening, but they weren't necessarily as public as they are today. I think it's helpful when we're talking about that piece on the DMV. And when I was earlier said something about time is money, I'm not kidding. I mean, that comes out to, I don't want all the taxpayers figuring out their time as costing them, but that's the true cost of doing business. And I think that the more people that understand that, the better off the state will be in explaining why we spend so much money doing what we do. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Your seat wasn't too hot, was it? All right, good. Great, thank you. Oh, no. This might be getting a little warm because there's a decision.
Yes, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Byer, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Deputy Director. And indeed, we are asking you for a decision on this. This is the third in a row of a trio of items related to what we submit through the governor's office process for the legislative approval. But this one is actually due to the Department of Administrative Services and the Legislative Fiscal Office on April 1st. So it is backed up well into this biennium. So for background, key performance measures are legislatively driven. They are something the legislature requires each and every agency to come up with a set of key performance measures or KPMs that they will report to the legislature. The legislature ultimately determines what those measures are and what the targets are. For us, KPMs are one of just a number of different metrics that we report. We have metrics that are included in the strategic action plan. We have metrics that are reported to the Federal Highway Administration in particular. And we try to align those so that that overlapping point at which the circles come together in this Venn diagram is larger. So part of our effort today is actually to get better overlap and better alignment between all the levels of metrics we have. We have 13 key performance measures that are included in your letter. They cover a multitude of aspects of the agency's work. And as you can imagine, a large agency like ODOT, you need to have a decent number of key performance measures, but we do try to keep it to a small enough number that it can be meaningful. They cover everything from bridges and pavement to passenger rail and transit to customer service and contracting. So a broad range of things that really are important, and many of which, pretty much all of which you hear about at the commission from time to time. While the legislature ultimately approves the key performance measures and sets the targets, the OTC's role is to review ODOT's KPMs and monitor our performance. We did that last fall when we came to you and shared how we were doing on all our measures. And you review and approve when we suggest changes. Each biennium, we go through the process of looking at our key performance measures and trying to measure that alignment with all of our other measures, and also saying, are these really the measures that we think best help us gauge how we are performing as an agency? And when we have recommendations for changing those, under HB 2017, we go to the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, which then, if they agree, will forward that recommendation to the Transportation Commission. So we have done that. We've gone to CIAC and are now bringing this recommendation forward to you for what I would consider fairly modest tweaks to our existing key performance measures. We're not changing the areas that we measure. We're changing how we can best measure and report on them, on how we're doing as an agency. So I'm going to walk you through the three that actually require legislative approval, starting with pavement condition. So we currently have a key performance measure that looks at the portion of our centerline miles, which are, as you can imagine, just the miles of highway total rated fair or better, with a target of 85%. We are recommending that we modify this to two different key performance measures that help us get a little bit more granular on what we're actually seeing out there on the system. So we recommend a percentage of state highway lane miles that are rated as good. So we can see ideally we're keeping pavement in good condition. So what portion of the system is actually rated good? We're recommending to the legislature a target of no less than 60%. Similarly, we also want to be monitoring what portion of the system is in poor condition and saying no more than 15%. So that tells us where we're really seeing challenges out there in the system.
Vice Chair.
So what are the descriptions of the metrics? Well, I'm used to the fair or better or whatever.
Right.
But what's good and what's poor?
Yep. So Commissioner Byer, there is a very in-depth way of measuring this. And it actually is for pavement. We have an automated system that goes out and drives the road and at highway speeds is able to gather immense amounts of data about things like cracking and raveling and patching and rutting, and then assigns a score that across all of those various factors. So a good pavement, I believe, it gets a score of 76 to 100.
Okay, so there is a metric.
There is a
that describes it.
These two areas, actually all three of the areas today, have very strong data and metrics underneath them and long methodologies. I was reviewing this last night in our statewide bridge report and statewide pavement reports. It will walk you through what that methodology looks like at a fairly high level because it's attempted to be written for non-engineers, so I could understand most of it. But yes, there is immense amount of data that goes into this.
There's a definition of it.
Yeah, there is a very strong definition, and we are generally aligning with the federal definitions in this regard.
That answers the
good
question.
and fair and poor is what we report to the federal government as well. So in that sense, it is aligning with what the federal government says, and also aligning with the strategic action plan.
Mr. Baker.
Travis, it applies to all of these where we're changing that as long as we're on this one. One of the things that I always got concerned about when we changed KPMs was that you lose your history and your comparison. So as we change these and we want to look back on a 10-year trend or a 20-year trend or a 15-year trend, how is it that we can match up the current KPMs with our past KPMs so that we don't lose our history? I think going forward, this makes sense, but I am worried about the comparisons and the trends we're on. And of course, we're concerned about, degradation of our assets now and being able to look at the trend line in terms of quality I think it's gonna be really important in the next few years, and I'd hate to see us lose that.
Absolutely, Commissioner Baker. It's a great question because we have all that data going backwards. And typically when we share our key performance measures, we're required to show what the trend line has been. And so we will go back in there. In fact, I believe even within our bridge and pavement reports actually includes this data existing. So we're already reporting it in some ways and areas. And so absolutely we will have a consistent data trend that we will be able to report. We would, I think, be very reluctant to propose something that we didn't have at least a little bit of history going back to show that trend.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Vice Chair.
This does, I'm not sure it's the right metric in some ways. We've got a lot of miles in the state system. And there's a lot of those miles that are fairly old, you know, almost to the point of we don't care about those. Measuring it this way, doesn't that skew it a little bit? And I guess this general question, good, if you're using good and poor, are they just reciprocals of each other?
Commissioner Byer, so they are not reciprocals of each other. The other category is fair. So basically you can subtract out whatever the good and the poor is, and you get fair in the middle. As to your other question, it's one that we grappled with on this one. So for example, at the federal level, we are required to report only on the national highway system condition, which is the major arterials, the major highways, but not our lower level district highways. We have the data, and in our pavement report, for example, we report on it by region, by type of highway, you know, statewide, interstate, national highway system, et cetera. So Tova originally, I believe her proposal was something like 18 different pavement key performance measures. We had to say, well, maybe not, but we have all of that data and track that regularly, because you are absolutely right that there is a different treatment for, say, the interstate than there is for a district level highway. Our expectation for the interstate is much higher, and we are going to continue to invest in those roads, even if some of those lower level district highways may begin deteriorating to some extent due to lack of investment.
I guess in a fairly fiscally constrained situation where we are now, won't it have a tendency to make the system look worse than it is?
In some ways, yeah.
Vice Chair Byer, you might be surprised, at least at this point, some of our better conditioned roads are actually some of our lower volume highways in Eastern Oregon, for example.
Yeah, that's true.
And so I think it's sort of indeterminate. In the long run, certainly showing just the entirety of the system will make it look a little bit worse than it would be if you focus on the interstate or the national highway system. But again, we'll be reporting that data. That'll all be in our pavement report that we put out on a regular basis. So there is this is a great example. There's no perfect way to measure performance. And so we do the best we can to come up with something in a limited number of measures. You know, the 13 we have today for an agency of, 4,800 employees, $6.3 billion budget, we probably could have 10 times as many. I'm not sure you'd get a lot more information out of those additional measures, however.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Commissioner Baker?
Is there any cost increase or decrease associated with changes to KPMs?
Commissioner Baker, no. I mean, because we're already collecting the data, I will say it is expensive to collect much of this data, particularly the automated data. It does come with a significant cost, but it's well worth it to have the data in order to make good decisions. In terms of changing the KPM, there's really no cost associated with that, other than just the cost of staff time of me sitting up here today and Tova and her team cranking through the policy decisions about some of this. Okay, thanks. Yep. I'll note that currently our target that we'll recommend to the legislature is 60% in good condition. We are currently at 63%, but declining. And the poor pavement is about 3% and increasing over time.
Okay.
So bridge condition is actually almost exactly the same proposal. We have a currently somewhat obscure bridge condition KPM, which is percent of state highway bridges that are not distressed. The challenge is that not distressed is not a particularly widely known term of art. It's difficult to explain. Most states and the federal government use fair, better, or good, fair, poor. And so that is what we are proposing to better align with our federal reporting. So we would propose modifying our current KPM into, again, two. One is a percent of the state highway bridges rated as good, and that's based on the percent of bridges based on their deck area. So a large bridge is weighted more than a small bridge over a little creek somewhere. And then again, the percentage of the state highway bridges based on deck area rated as poor. We have not yet developed that target. We're going to be doing that soon. And again, all of these targets, ultimately, we make a proposal and the legislature usually says sure, but sometimes they modify it, especially to make them more stringent and aspirational. We base this typically on both aspiration of where we'd like to be and also incorporate some level of fiscal reality about where we expect to be.
What is that term of reference? It's based on deck area. Is that?
Yeah, so you basically look at all the bridges across the state and then you add them up by deck area. So if the Markham Bridge, for example, if it were in poor condition, you'd get a much larger deck area that would skew then the overall set more toward poor condition.
Okay.
So it's just a way of weighting to say that you don't do it by the percentage of bridges that are poor, because then you might have a really big bridge that's in bad condition that would be rated the same as a little tiny bridge over a creek somewhere. So this is based on the standard approach across the nation. And again, we already report this data in that bridge condition report.
Okay.
So would a more accurate title for this performance measure be percent of state highway bridge deck area rated as good or poor?
That probably is more accurate, Commissioner Chang. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a better way to describe it, most likely. All right. So similarly, we have another proposed change for the safety key performance measure. And this again is a disaggregation, splitting apart an existing performance measure that currently includes both traffic fatalities and serious injuries. What we find, though, is that we want to be able to get down to a little bit more granular level and talk about fatalities and serious injuries, see them both. They're both very important, but be able to dive down a little bit deeper into the data. So currently we aggregate them. We're proposing that we split them apart. This, again, will be more consistent with the way we do this, both in the strategic action plan and as we report to the Federal Highway Administration and National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or take any comments and ask for your approval.
Did you include the DBE piece on there?
I did not include a slide, Madam Chair. So
Okay,
that
but
is,
it is still part of it.
yes, DBE will still be a key performance measure that we report. It is not one we are asking for a legislative change. This is a fine distinction. We are not changing what we measure, but we are going to have to modify how we report the data based on the changes USDOT is making to the DBE program. We are still working through that. And so we will need to go to the Department of Administrative Services and the Legislative Fiscal Office and explain that, but we are not eliminating a DBE performance measure, nor are we really changing that, just the data.
And I ask this because that's one of the data pieces that transit collects that they've been notified they don't need to, but I don't want to take away from the state level. I think it's important that we continue doing this, even though feds aren't asking us to do. I didn't see your light on, Commissioner Chang. I'm sorry. Did you have something you'd like to?
Yeah.
Or
when you're
I'm ready.
Okay.
Sorry.
So in this current moment, we are observing that our policymakers are struggling with how much they need to invest in operations and maintenance. A couple of these measures, pavement condition, bridge condition, are, those are direct reflections of, those are operations and maintenance performance measures. But I'm wondering if there should be more. If if in determining how and how much we're going to invest in operations and maintenance is our policy problem, do we need a lot of performance measures related to operations and maintenance so that we can actually understand the problem, track trends over time? And I don't know what those would be, what you would add to this, but that's just my question is, should there be more key performance measures related to operations and maintenance so that we can, to focus us in our policy making?
Yeah, Commissioner Chang, it's a good question and one we've struggled with to define, especially in the maintenance arena. We at one point had an incident clearance measure that we defined. However, what we recognized was that that was not actually really in the control of ODOT because most incident clearance on the state highways, particularly for major crashes, is actually controlled more by law enforcement. And so we were probably measuring OSP or the Deschutes County Sheriff's performance on incident clearance as much as we were measuring ODOT's. We do have a number of other operations and maintenance related performance measures. So we have customer satisfaction and DMV customer service index, as well as construction projects on time and on budget, which are reflections on both our investments and our performance in operating the agency. But certainly I think it would be well worth our time to continue to think about what are some of the other measures that we do. What we try to avoid is pure output performance measures that just says we plowed snow for this many hours, because that is more about, how many widgets you perform. And, there's a law I heard about on a podcast last night about whatever you measure, you will probably distort in some way or give people an incentive to, go out and plow snow for more hours than is really needed. So we always want to make sure we're getting the right measures to measure the right thing.
Or on a winter like this, your measure of hours would be really small, and that's no reflection of how well we've done clearing the road of snow.
Yeah, exactly. So in this winter, for example, we didn't plow much snow, but we sure dealt with a lot of highway closures due to landslides and other issues, as we noted earlier in the day.
Yeah. Going back to that concept of customer satisfaction, do we have a system of, basically a report and complaint system? I was just driving this section of road and, there's, the shoulder is falling off or things like that. If we have a system like that, I'm wondering whether there's some data to be harvested from that system that might be a good measure, or this might make it even more complicated, but a relationship between complaints and action, the time to basically fixing the problem that was reported or things like that.
Commissioner Chang, you hit on a really good point. If you go through that door right there, you walk into our Ask ODOT unit, which I believe we have 5 FTE who take questions on the phone, by email, by our automated or by our online system. And so most of those are comments and complaints about road conditions that are worked through our district office staff. A lot of those are about litter, graffiti, campsite cleanup, debris on the road, road conditions, potholes, et cetera, that are reported through there. So we have a very good team that, immediately takes that information in and gets it out to the right person, ideally, within minutes or hours of the complaint coming in. And we're always looking at the data. I was just looking at the data a couple of weeks ago. They've actually seen recently a decline in the number of calls and complaints they've got for whatever reason. We've also seen, though, that we have a decline in their customer satisfaction of the responses people are getting from ODOT. And we're doing a little bit more digging into that. In fact, if you look in the operations report, one of the slides is on our customer satisfaction KPM and the data we collect from that. And when they're going to be looking into that a little bit more, it's just happened really in the last year. So we're trying to get a sense, is this because of our staffing levels that we're not responding as quickly or not offering as satisfactory a response? So we're trying to dig into that a little bit more, but it does provide a really good real-time sense of what's going on. I know I had a friend who ran into a pothole and he immediately, went on Ask ODOT and reported it and got a response back. So, we get that feedback pretty quickly.
Thank you. Anything else for us? If not, I'm looking for somebody to make a motion to move with our key performance measure change request. I'm looking at you guys over here. Somebody can make the motion.
Well, before we do, I think Commissioner Chang's comment about what we're measuring with bridges in terms of surface rather than numbers of bridges probably needs to be included.
Okay. Yeah, just commissioners, we will
change the title of that.
Yeah, we'll
measure.
work to make sure that that title is much clearer, because I agree that the way we present it is probably the way engineering standards show it, but let's make sure we can get it in a way that the public understands.
Okay.
Okay.
With that change, does somebody have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move that the changes outlined in the report be approved to be moved forward to the legislature.
Second.
Actually, Alan fault, I guess.
So any more discussion? Hearing none, we have motion. So all those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Good luck. See where it lands.
Good counting.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Breyer, members of the committee. My name is Amy Joyce, and I'm the administrator of the DMV at the Oregon Department of Transportation. I'm here today with a matter that typically we see on the consent agenda. Rulemaking at DMV takes place all the time, but this one was important enough that I thought I should bring it to you on the regular agenda and present the situation and what we're proposing to do. Because we are proposing to end a program that DMV has been operating for a number of years, and this is based on changes at federal regulations, changes at the federal level. It has to do with commercial driver's licenses and commercial learner's permits, which of course are heavily regulated by the feds. The feds have a program that the states are allowed to implement. We're not required to, and it's called non-domicile, or what we call it, limited term commercial driving privileges. And I'll give you some quick background on what this is. So it's a commercial driving privilege for people who are in the United States legally, but for a temporary period of time. So this program is not for US citizens or for people who are permanent legal residents. Those folks can get a regular CDL or CLP. But folks who are, for example, asylees or refugees and have legal status and a work permit from the feds, and then meet all the other requirements. I'm looking for sorry, I should be on the next slide. All the other requirements for commercial driving privileges, right? So they prove their identity, their date of birth, they prove they're an Oregon resident, they pass tests unless they're transferring from out of state. Proof of that legal presence, which is again, typically an authorization card. And then that credential lasts for exactly the date by which they are legally in the US. So the date their term expires is the date that credential expires, and they're allowed to legally drive. So failure to abide by regulations regulating commercial driving privileges under the federal regulations can result in very severe penalties from FMCSA, including loss of significant federal funding and eventually the decertification of the entire commercial driver's licensing program for a state. This has been a very complex and very expedited set of circumstances. I'm not going to take you through every twist and turn. This is actually only some of the elements of what happened here, and I'll try to move through it quickly. But basically, September 29th, USDOT came out and said, here are some immediately effective interim rules about the non-domicile program. And instantly, any state that has this program was out of compliance based on those regs. So we came to you in at the very next moment that we could, asking that we suspend the program temporarily because we were out of compliance and need to analyze what we were going to do. A federal court stayed that regulation, but at the time we didn't ask you to put the program back in place. It was really just frankly too volatile at the federal level to know what was going to be coming next. And we decided to go through a more measured permanent rulemaking process over a little bit more time. We drafted 3 options for a rules advisory committee to take a look at. One was to return to the program and just continue issuing these things until the federal situation sorted itself out. The other option was to end the program completely at that time. And then a third hybrid option we came up with was to say, for folks who already have these things, we'll allow them to replace it, renew it, that sort of thing, but not issue any brand new ones. The Rules Advisory Committee was split. Some of them thought that we should end the program completely. Some of them thought we should go with the hybrid option. None of them thought we should return to the program as it was. And everyone, again, in consensus, thought we don't want to do anything to jeopardize that federal funding. And so later, actually the same day as we held that RAC meeting, FMCSA issued Oregon a preliminary finding of noncompliance about our non-domicile limited term CDL program. And we were the 25th state to receive one of those non-compliance letters. And it indicated that unless we corrected our problems, we risked losing $23.5 million in federal funds in fiscal 27, double that in fiscal 28 and years subsequent. And again, loss of our ability to even issue CDLs. So we analyzed that finding. And at that time, again, we're under that, that temporary rule from the feds. And we decided to choose at that time to pursue that hybrid option and try to help these folks who already have this credential. They're already making their living driving truck, and we wanted to help them out. We held a public hearing on that rule, and we did hear from a couple of drivers who hold this credential and really wanted us to continue it in some form or fashion. But about that same time, the feds came out with their final rule, which went even further than the interim rule. And so after considering all that information from Federal Motor Carrier, the new regulation, which is permanent, the RAC, and discussing with DOJ, we are here today reluctantly asking that we end this program at this time. And so this is not our preferred course of action, to be honest. But we're perhaps policy disagreement with the federal government is not going to be helpful when they seem to be within their rights to change the regulation, and it would not protect us from loss of highway funds and federal decertification. In terms of impact to individual Oregonians, there are about 900 folks who would over time lose their commercial driving privilege. We don't cancel them immediately, but when they come up for renewal, we simply won't be able to renew them, and that will end their commercial credential. They can downgrade to a regular Class C driving credential, but that's what we're asking for at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Vice Chair? No. Okay.
How long does a commercial credential last?
For a standard credential, it's an 8-year, but for a limited term, it is the exact length of stay. So if you have DACA, for example, if you're born in another country and you have DACA status and it ends 2 years later, that would be the end date of your credential.
Okay, so for those that have the credential, their stay will end when their commercial license ends.
Yes, although
Yeah.
Yes, Chair Brown and Commissioner Baker, yes. And they might have gotten it lengthened in some way, but at that point, we can't do anything to help them out.
Commissioner Chang?
We need to do what we need to do to not jeopardize our federal funding. At the same time, I would love to get a sense of impacted industries, and this, how much of an impact this is to industries that use limited term CDL holders. I guess my first question is, were representatives of those sectors part of the Rules Advisory Committee? And my second, my related question would be, what did we hear from them during that process?
Chair Brown and Commissioner Chang, the Trucking Association was represented on the RAC, and several organizations that represent folks who are refugees, asylees, that sort of immigration status. There are also, I think, some folks who hold this credential are transit drivers, for example, maybe school bus drivers. And I do want to that point, I just want to pause for a second and say there's no indication that folks with this credential have any worse of a safety record than anybody with a standard commercial driving privilege. So I do want to put that on the record. And I did send notification to the Trucking Association, the Teamsters, and the Amalgamated Transit Union about this, but they were not, those two entities were not represented on the RAC.
Any other questions?
Motion.
Okay, do we have a motion?
It is, I'll make motion. It is ironic that at a time when the trucking industry is decrying the number of vacancies that they're trying to fill, that we're changing the federal law to eliminate a number of drivers. There was a piece this morning on NPR about this very issue, about a gentleman who was in that situation that formed a trucking company and had half dozen trucks, and this will put him out of business. The national policy. All right, I will move, let's see here. I move to approve the three emergency temporary rulemakings related to non-domiciled limited term CDLs and CLPs as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, discussion.
I have a question about the vote on this. I understand the need to pass this measure, but I don't feel very good about voting for
I
it.
don't either.
So I wanted to ask, how do we, what if I was to abstain from voting on this measure, what how would we be within the voting rules and quorums and majorities and
You'd
things?
have to have a quorum. You have three. Three of us would have to vote.
Three would have to vote for it. Okay, so, well,
And we can move forward with the vote and see where we land, and then we can come back and have the conversation. I have to say, since I had to help put the temporary, I had to okay the temporary rule months ago. I know how you feel. I've just had a little bit more time to process it. So I'm going to go for a vote, and then we'll see if we need to revisit this. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Very reluctantly.
I won't oppose, but I would like to abstain.
Abstain? Okay, so it has passed.
Do our rules address that?
It's okay. No, I mean, I think that putting it on the record that all of us have concerns, and coming from the transit agency, I know that I have employees that this impacts too, and we'll have to look at it and see where we end up. Any other comments?
No, it's terrible policy.
Well, again, this gets back to so many times, and I say this over and over to legislators, you have a knee-jerk reaction to something that has happened. And then legislation gets passed, and it's really, really unfortunate. That more data points, that they don't look at the overall, how many wrecks did we actually have with CDL that had temporary CDLs from other countries or from other reasons. And it's like you get whatever is in the national news at the time is the flavor of a decision making. And they don't think about the long-term impact to the industries.
This one is proposed based on a law that's proposed by the president.
So
related to some child being injured or threatened to injured or something like that.
Well, there was actually, there was a situation where there was fatalities.
Was there fatality?
Yeah, it was. And it was in California. I kind of follow this industry a little bit.
Yeah.
So looking at it, it's unfortunate, but yesterday I went by a wreck on I-5 that, I don't know if he fell asleep or what happened, but he went across the median and took out the entire barrier and flipped the truck on its side, a semi. And we were responding to it just out of Eugene, somewhere in that stretch between Albany and Eugene. So, commercial truck drivers, it's just that when they have an accident, it's usually pretty serious because it's a lot of weight coming at you. So, all right, we're going to take a break. I do want to tell the commission that item L, the formal public involvement policy, the PIP adoption is going to be pulled off the agenda because they're not ready.
We're not going to deal with that?
So we're not going to deal with that today. So when we come back, we're going to come back to item M. So we're right on time again, almost. Except we'll be behind a little bit because we're going to take a 10-minute break. I'm sorry, I just got yelled at. All right, we're gonna get back into our session and next we have item, oh, you're here. Were you there the whole time? Sorry. Obviously, I am not here. Where am I? I'm in Salem. Okay. So welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brown. My name is Toba Peltz. I'm the Interim Division Administrator for Delivery and Operations here at ODOT. And this agenda item is to address our quarterly STIP amendments. I'm joined by Omar Ahmed, who has graciously and expertly stepped into the role of statewide capital program engineer on an interim basis as well since December. And so this is the first quarterly amendment he's joining us for.
Great. And Omar, we're so glad you're here. I think the last time we saw you was in Bend.
Correct.
When we had our
Flying tent.
flying tent ribbon cutting.
That's what you're ever going to
So
be remembered for.
we're so glad you're joining us on a different level today.
Thank you. My past will always haunt me.
Yes. Oh, well,
Yeah.
I can't forget it. Every time I drive through Bend, I go, oh, that's where the.
Yeah, and when you knock down a member of the county commission, you know.
She doesn't
it's-
let me forget it, by the way. every
Commissioner
time we have
Dare.
a- Yes, yes.
My wife had to administer first aid that day.
Yes, so thank you.
Yeah,
Next ribbon cutting hopefully won't be as traumatic, so,
we do them inside now.
okay, there you go.
We have a ribbon cutting coming up in May.
Inside.
In Corvallis.
There you
In
go.
Not
Corvallis.
inside.
It's not inside?
Okay.
No.
Okay, well, we won't have any tents. If it rains, too bad. Bring an umbrella.
We can practice drills beforehand.
That's right, what to do. Everybody
Stop,
grab a
drop,
leg.
and roll.
Okay, so all kidding aside,
Yes.
you have the floor.
Thank you. So again, my name's Omar Ahmed, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, Commissioners, thanks for having me. The purpose of this is to get y'all's decision on our general STIP amendments. These come through quarterly. So these need to occur. We've collected them since November of 25. And just for reference, our next quarterly amendment will be in June of 26. So summary of actions here, we have 15 amendment actions today. And just to note, we'll advance the ADA curb ramp delivery program amendments as a separate action after this. So just to do a quick little summary, deep dive of the 15. There are 2 amendments to establish new operations buckets projects. There will be 6 to add funds to existing projects. These include, or I guess I'll just go through them. In Region 5, completing concrete and pavement maintenance repairs on the I-84 Farewell Bend to North Fork Jacobson Gulch project in Region 5. This will save money and resources that would have otherwise been a separate, smaller project, so it's truly an efficiency exercise there. In Region 2, we have funding for the construction phase of US 101 over Port of Tillamook Railroad Bridge. Also in Region 2, we'll be adding scope and funds to the existing OR 211 Meridian Road project. That's as a result of community engagement. It's a critical safety need, and there's a fatal accident in the area as well very recently that this additional scope will address. Also in Region 2, we'll be looking to add construction funds for the Astoria Megler Bridge deck preservation. Just to note, this is one of our many bi-state bridges that we have with WashDOT. We share responsibility for the maintenance of all of those bridges in some way, shape, or form. And this particular bridge has an agreement where we share costs as well. So that work will be to preserve the existing deck and structure there. We have 5 amendments to cancel projects in phases. Just highlighting a couple of those. One of those is in Region 1, and it's a local agency project that will be canceled at the request of the local agency. And then we'll also be canceling project in Region 2 after some early planning work showed that the scope exceeded the available funds that would be available to perform the work. So we're just getting in front of that and not performing it. There are a few other cancellations pertaining to lack of resourcing and then loss of federal stick grant money. So just to note, I'm going to take a minute to address that we are working on the CIP, the Capital Investment Plan. And the intent of that, right, is what we used to call the 10-year rolling STIP. The intent of that is to kind of move away from the pattern of a high volume of quarterly STIP amendments, particularly cancellations, with the intent that the CIP will do the extra planning work and coordination and harmonization required to program our STIP once, hopefully the right way, and not be bringing a large number of cancellations to you consistently. Anything to add on that?
No, that's great. Although we like you coming before us, it's our only opportunity to see you. So I've never been opposed to having you come and cancel.
We will continue to be coming with quarterly amendments. I think that what we're expecting is that with the capital investment plan, we won't be programming projects into the STIP until we have identified that they're ready for like a commitment to bring all the way through construction.
Great.
And so we should get out of the pattern of programming a project and then initiating work or determining later on that it shouldn't advance and then canceling it. So there'll still be amendments, there'll still be changes to projects or programming of subsequent phases of projects, but we should move out of the like what I think is a little bit of a bad habit of programming projects and then canceling those projects. You'll still see us. We'll still be bringing projects forward and bringing amendments on a quarterly basis.
Good. Vice Chair.
Tova, won't there be less frequent changes though?
I think that like what we'll see is amendment, like we will see a regular cycle of amendments to add to program subsequent phases. So and if over time we're seeing that we don't need to do that quarterly and we can do that like once like every 6 months or once a year, then we'll do that. But I don't necessarily see us changing out of the quarterly cycle or that necessarily that we would have fewer amendments. I think the types of amendments are going to change. We're not going to, and we've talked about this a bit previously. Our practice has historically been to program all of the phases of projects upfront at the beginning, like immediately at the beginning of a STIP cycle. And what we found is that when we program that all of the phases that early, we don't have enough handle on the scope of the projects, the risks of those projects, and what it's truly going to take to like deliver them through like final design, right-of-way utility relocations, all of those components of design, and then construction. And so we wind up making many changes to those phases over the course of the projects. Moving forward, we're not going to program projects until we've already made the decision and done enough upfront work to wrap our arms around what design costs are going to be. And then once we get far enough into design, reaching 30% or 60% design and having a level of confidence in the design and the construction costs, then we'll program construction funding. So we'll still have like a regular cycle of amendments on projects, but they will be to like add whole phases of funding rather than adding funding and moving funding around along the way.
But we'll still have, when I'm thinking more larger projects, that will be in phases.
Oh, absolutely. We will. I actually think that the capital investment plan will set us up better for phasing, for phasing our largest projects and developing more robust and strategic funding, like financial plans and funding strategies to like advance projects altogether. So I expect that we will see more of that over time and as funding allows.
Yeah, some of that criticism we heard from Mr. Courtwright this morning about, getting a big project and not, some of that's just inevitable because I was talking, I think it was Omar earlier about when we were 97 over through Bend, there's no way you could have had the cost of that entire thing.
Right.
Which literally went over 20 some years, probably longer.
Absolutely. And we have many examples of projects that take years and sometimes decades to put together like the comprehensive, like the crazy quilt of funding to bring all of the phases of a project to fruition. And I think that we will be putting together more structure and discipline around the development of major projects and decision-making to advance funding for major projects, which I think will address a lot of the questions, like the comments that Mr. Fortwright brought up earlier today and that have come up in conversations with the legislature and with the commission over the last couple of years.
That makes sense to me.
I look forward to more conversations about how we do it. All right, so on that note, I'm going to make a requested action. Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, Commissioners, we ask you to approve the reference list of added, modified, and canceled projects to the statewide transportation improvement program.
Commissioner Baker, did you have a comment or question?
No.
Before, okay.
Do you want a motion
So
on
I'm
the
looking
first
for a
one?
motion.
That's the first motion?
Yes.
Madam Chair, let's see, I move to approve the list attached to our agenda that adds, modifies, or cancels projects to the STIP.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion? Okay, all those in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none? You have your
Beautiful.
motion.
All right, then we're going to move to the other part of our quarterly SIP amendment, which is for the ADA delivery program. Once again, I'm Toba Peltz, Delivery and Operations Interim Division Administrator.
Omar Ahmed, interim statewide capital program engineer.
Yeah, go for it.
So shorter list for the ADA STIP amendments. Again, these come through on a quarterly basis. This time we only have 5 actions here for your decision today. Similar to past amendments, these actions move money out of funds reserved for curb ramp delivery, either through savings or planned, into individual projects to advance design and construction. Today's amendments also include the resolution of a jurisdictional transfer associated with the completion of a curb ramps project. These projects funded through these actions are in Eastern Oregon in Region 5, Central Oregon in Region 4, and on the South Coast in Region 3. Just some additional info. The Region 5 project will be adding funds from an ADA reserve bucket. So this leverages an existing project to pick up essentially orphaned ramps in the area. And the action will use all the remaining funds in that reserve bucket as per plan. The increase in Region 4 is on the CN or construction phase of the Madras 97 Madras project, which has about 300 ramps, and it's just updating the construction cost to reflect the volume there. And then the funds for the jurisdictional transfer will allow ODOT and the locality to complete that work and transfer over a facility with a plan for remediated ramps. There's also adding ADA or ADA curb ramp funds to a Region 3 project that is to be delivered with state forces using savings from the ADA program. That's all we have.
Can you get the font a little smaller for us?
I will work on my PDFing so that it's readable. I have the same problem. I actually blew it up like onto 11 by 17 so that I could read it. So I created a problem for myself too. I apologize.
No, it's well, I know last night when I was looking at my packet, I was like, oh, I must be really tired, or this is really small. So get the magnifying glass out.
And it was hard to make it expand on the computer screen.
It was.
too.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have, yeah. All right. With that said, I'm looking for a motion.
Can I ask?
Oh, no, we can't.
No, sorry.
Okay.
I'm out of questions.
You are.
Could you just walk through the Eastern Oregon curb ramp construction reserve again?
So we have.
We've got almost 5 million there, and we're taking the 5 million out.
And putting it towards specific projects to finish a number of ramps that weren't part of other projects and still need to be completed.
Okay.
Correct.
So there's still the ADA compliance piece that we're trying to achieve.
ADA. You
ADA.
ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, just comment first. I just note, if anybody's interested in looking, we've almost hit 50% of the ADA ramp projects. And over almost 12,000, well, not quite, 11,000. It was amazing to me, 26,000 curbs that we have to fix. That's a lot. Anyway.
And what is our deadline?
The settlement has us completing all of the ramps by the end of 2032.
2032.
And our annual report will come out at the end of this month on this last year's work towards that.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the attached list of added and modified ADA projects to the 2024-27 STIP.
Have a second.
Second.
Okay, any more discussion? Just a comment. Good job. Great. You guys are doing great.
Thank
All
you.
right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none? You have a motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I said, that's a lot of money we've committed to that, over $1 billion. Almost a quarter of the cost of a Abernethy bridge.
Well, the thing is that cities and counties are also experiencing this, and so their funding has to come from somewhere else too.
Yeah.
So if we added up all of these ADA ramps across the state, it'd be astronomical.
No. You know, my city's doing, they're probably down a couple dozen of them this year.
So, Marlene, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Audit.
You're gonna have to pull that
You're gonna pull it really close.
because
Is this better?
But you got to speak up.
Better?
there you go.
Better.
Go ahead and yell because
Okay, I will do my best to yell.
Vice Chair wants to hear.
Great. Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Marlene Hartinger, Chief Auditor for the department. And I'm here today to share with you about the proposed formation of a new committee for providing additional oversight and accountability for corrective actions on audits. This is important because the full value of an audit isn't really achieved until the audit findings have been addressed and that there have been improvements to programs and processes. So at the conclusion of an audit, when we're done with our work, it transitions at that point to management for their responsibility to determine the steps needed to be taken to address the audit findings and improve the programs. And so the proposal in front of you today is to create an audit accountability committee whose role will be to review audit reports and corrective actions and to monitor the steps taken by management to address the audit findings. Membership is proposed to be comprised of 2 commissioners as well as an external state government executive. And the committee will bring additional oversight and accountability in several ways. One is providing a forum for discussing audit issues. Another is reviewing the findings and recommendations themselves. There's also evaluating the department's action plan in response to the recommendations. And then lastly, the monitoring of corrective actions. And so the committee overall will be strengthening the responsiveness to audits and ensuring the findings are resolved in a timely manner. And in addition, I will note, in addition to the department's emphasis on resolving audit findings, the information on audits and the status of corrective actions is required to be reported to the governor's office as well as to the legislature. And these bodies receive periodic updates in that regard. And then beyond this required reporting, the department's taken a further step to provide the status of corrective actions to the public on the transparency report that's on our internal audit website. So in conclusion, the Audit Accountability Committee will help encourage and support the good work that's being done by the programs as they work to address the audit findings and facilitate timely closure. So what's in front of you today is the audit governance policy, which has been updated to note that the committee will be formed, and it is in front of you today for approval. And so with that, I appreciate your consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Do you have questions for Marlene?
I like this.
Or comments from the commission? And I think all your lights are up, so you have to comment. You have a comment? No. Do you have a comment?
You know, I love audit. This is great. This is so good.
Love it.
We're making him chair of the committee.
Sold.
Any other comments?
As we look at this, as we look at the key performance measures, as we look at this SEAC, I mean, these are all various ways of basically checking up on our work. How do they all interact, if at all? Or is it, you know,
Right.
they're all about accountability, but, you know, for accountability for the legislature, accountability for internal, and you know, I mean, is there a crossover?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Chang, that's an excellent question, something to explore, I think, going forward. So historically, our audit office had an interaction with the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee and in terms of our audit reports going to them, as well as findings and corrective actions. And so with some changes, I think that is something to keep an eye on in terms of making sure folks are looped in and we are on the same page in terms of monitoring and accountability. So that's an excellent point.
That is a good question, I think, because going forward.
Related question was, I mean, we are talking about shrinking the number of advisory committees that we have, you know, that are consolidating. I mean, so I get, this would be one of those places where if, you know, if we're performing distinct functions for distinct groups, then, you know, you need multiple committees. And if there's ways of consolidating, then maybe this is one of the places where our advisory committee consolidation could happen. But
Well, I think one of the things, if you look, so I want to thank both of you for volunteering to be on this committee. And I appreciate it because with you on this committee, with us on the SEAC, I think that the cross-pollination of those two things when we do our updates as commissioners is going to help us with the understanding of where we think ODOT needs to, you know, fortify staffing or whatever it is that, you know, that we're seeing that is being neglected, and it just gives us another level of accountability. And I think it's going to be really imperative that we're actually reporting out as members of these committees and making sure that there's follow through with the director to get things done and corrected in a timely manner. So you're right, though. I now that you said that earlier, it was like, wow, we have a lot of committees, but these committees are actually our committees, us on those committees versus advisory committees that are giving us information. So.
Got it.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Well, I think this is really important. We have we in essence, if you look at the statute, are the board of directors for the department. And I think is our fiduciary responsibility. We have a need to pay more attention to the audit reports and the follow-up on the implication. It's my observation with a lot of government agencies is they get the audit report, put it away, and don't think about it again until they get the next audit report.
And the same finding is there. Then there's real problems. So.
And that, frankly, that's kind of one of the things that we got criticized by the legislature for, was not providing good oversight.
You're not lit up. There you
It
go.
is highly unusual for a state agency not to have an audit oversight committee of some sort with some external folks on there. So, and my guess is we've had this in previous phases over the
Historically.
years. Yeah. So it's just a returning back to basics to have you guys looking at these things more, and to also help Marlene, because I can say as a past auditor, the most frustrating point of being an auditor is repeat findings over and over and over. You go to audit the same thing and the same things are there and no one does anything. So I'm confident the two of you are going to help us improve that.
Right. Okay. That's it. Are you looking for a motion from us?
Correct. Chair Brown, looking for approval of the policy.
Okay, I
I
am ready.
move to approve the revised internal audit governance policy as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, discussion. I think we've discussed it. So All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed, motion carries. So congratulations, you now have two very capable commissioners.
Appreciate ask a lot of questions.
That ask a lot.
Excellent. We love questions.
When
Thank
the
you so
chair
much.
allows us to.
Yes.
Thank you, Marlene. Boy. Okay, we are winding down this afternoon. It's great.
Now we're information.
Now, yes, when we have one more decision and lots of information. So we are so thrilled that you're here.
Yes, we cleared the room, so.
Apparently.
Chair Brown and Commissioners, my name is Serena Stoudemire Wesley, and I am the Director of Engagement and Civil Rights. And we are here today to talk to you about the Right to Access Plan, to give you a overview of what is yet to come for your approval before it goes to DAS and the Governor's Office in August. But I want to start by telling you, we were supposed to do a diversity action plan, but we're transitioning to a right to access plan. And the reasoning behind that is to better align with our current federal guidelines while continuing to uphold Oregon's longstanding commitment to fairness, transparency, and public accountability. With the recent changes in our federal administration, the directions have shifted how agencies and organizations frame diversity and equity initiatives. As a federally funded transportation agency, ODOT, and our civil rights, we must ensure that our policies, programs, communications remain consistent with federal requirements governing civil rights, non-discrimination, access to federally supported services, while also balancing our state of Oregon's commitment to emphasize equitable outcomes, meaningful community engagement, and public decision-making. The Right to Access Plan will reflect a balanced approach that maintains compliance with federal civil rights obligations such as Title VI, ADA, and non-discrimination laws, while reinforcing Oregon's commitment to ensuring that transportation programs, services, and investments are accessible to all of our communities. This transition is not about stepping away from inclusion. Rather, it reframes the work around our fundamental principles that every Oregonian has a right to access transportation. The Right to Access Plan will focus on ensuring fair access to transportation programs and services across the state, strengthening our community engagement and public participation. We're going to be more intentional, more focused, and this plan will focus on ODOT. This is our plan. This is what we're going to do. While ensuring the voices from rural, urban, and historically underserved communities are heard, and access to contracting and continued workforce opportunities are tied to transportation. Our work will be grounded in access, transparency, and accountability. And again, ODOT will continue to advance the state of Oregon's priorities. So I'm going to hand you over to Susie, and she is going to go through our strategies that we have for a right to access plan so we can get this work done. She has gone across this ODOT's agency to talk to different folks. So we are making sure that the voices of ODOT is being heard in our new right to access plan that is not being done in a silo, but we are a agency-wide department. And so we want to make sure that all the voices are being heard. And so that's what we're doing going forward, making sure that it's a more collaborative. Susie.
Thank you, Chair Brown and members of the commission. My name is Susie Ashenfelter, Oregon Department of Transportation. I'm going to skip ahead a few slides because I think Serena covered a lot of some of this background information. So I'm going to deep dive into some of the key strategy areas. So the plan is structured around these 7 key strategy areas. They really reflect ODOT's scope of work, as well as the priorities that we have outlined in our state DEI action plan. We have been, as Serena mentioned, we've been meeting with staff across the agency, and there's been several themes that have consistently emerged. These opportunities include implementing strategies for rural communities around language access, strategies for data, funding decisions, as well as providing staff more clarity, tools, and role-specific expectations for how we deliver an equitable transportation system. Equity is most often translated to access. As we've had the conversations, that's something we've noted. This applies both externally to Oregonians, businesses, communities, as well as internally. So employees having access to tools, data, training, and processes. Oftentimes, convenience-driven systems can unintentionally reinforce barriers. And so a shared right to access frame ensures that we have clearer implementation and that we're able to measure those implementation strategies across the agency. Agency feedback has really strongly aligned with the right to access plan strategic direction around clarity, consistency, and operational guidance. These opportunities in this matrix really provide they're around clarity, consistency, and operational guidance. And so they provide a roadmap for the implementation across all the strategies. So just some quick updates on our timeline. So as Serena mentioned, we have completed the business line discussion. So we've met with over 267 people throughout the agency. Some next steps include internal teams and listening sessions, as well as external engagement, where we're hoping to finalize strategies, measures, as well as agency readiness in the August timeframe, where we'll be able to come back to this group here for a more final approval. I think we're coming for an approval on the final plan. And the final completed plan is due by October to DAS at the end of the year. And that is part of our ARB budget process as well.
So when will you come back to us to talk to us about the plan or the rollout?
We'll come back in June or August. We will send you the whole plan. You'll get the whole plan and you get to mark it up. And plus, we also want to sit down with each one of you too, as well, individually, and talk to you about your thoughts on the plan too. And again, it's not that we're moving away from inclusion and equity, but we're also making sure that it's embedded in everything that we do, the impacts, the gaps, and everything. But we're just, as you know, language changes every decade or two. And we look at this as getting back to the basics with the changes that the federal government has, while also balancing what the state of Oregon, making sure that equity is still a priority, equity is still a priority in our agency, and equity is still a priority for the governor's office as well. And we're just making sure that that is there and making sure that everything is aligned within this plan. Not everyone saw themselves in the DEI plan across our state. We have to remember that each corner of our state is different. I can do a race plan if I go from I-5, the bridge, to the other side of Salem, but then I have to do something different when I look at the rest of the state. So we want to make sure that we're taking a balanced approach, that everyone sees himself in it. Oregon is no longer, and the world is no longer black and white. It's a variety of people. It's very diverse. And we want to make sure that everyone can see themselves in a right to access plan, whether you're rural Oregon or whether you're urban. You know, it doesn't matter. We want to make sure you see yourselves in this plan.
So I expect Commissioner Baker.
Yeah. Susie, have you had a chance to get out and travel in rural Oregon and meet with people from around the state?
So not recently. Thank you, Chair Brown, Commissioner, for the question.
You don't have to worry about the formalities.
So I've been with ODOT for 16 years, and in previous roles, I worked for Statewide Project Delivery. And so I have done roles where I have been out and met with like Region 5, Region 4, been out there. And I used to do that a lot more. And I think that that's part of the goal is to get out there more.
Yeah, I think, you know, the truth is very seldom at headquarters. The truth is out in the field. And especially when we start thinking about our rural communities, if you go see it and talk to everybody, I think that's really important in terms of getting yourself informed and putting this together, just as a suggestion. The other is, I like this theme around access. I think it allows us to have a much broader approach to, you know, doing some things that we want, but we have to keep in mind too that good governance oftentimes calls for limited access. HR data, for instance. There could be contract data that is part of negotiations. I mean, there's certain things where good governance will say, this information is not accessible to everybody in the agency. So keep an eye on, we don't want to open everything up and have everybody have access, because that will blow up a lot of really good governance work. So my two thoughts.
Chair Brown and Commissioner Baker, that is the exact reason why we're doing it this way. Because I have been across the state, and so I've heard the different voices and from different folks in my different positions, whether I was at the governor's office, DAS, or transfer or early education. And folks are different. They want to see themselves. They want to make sure that we're being very inclusive in how we're doing this work as we're crossing our state. But then also understanding that we have to hear from our communities in those different regions so that they are not feeling like they're being left out, and we don't ever want to leave anyone out. So we want to hear from some of those voices when we're going across the state. And we know we can't hear from everyone and take everything in, but we're going to take the best of what we get to put in these plans.
Yeah, I think that's the way to gain respect around the state as well and amongst the staff, because I know my ears don't work when my lips are moving. And I think a listening tour and, really paying attention and is really critical to this, because, we're trying to put something into our fabric that will change and last for a long, 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 long time. So.
Oh, absolutely. Our main focus is making sure that we don't repeat those mistakes of our past, and that we're moving forward at a much higher level so that folks can see that as well.
Yeah, we'll repeat a few of them, but
just a little bit.
Just, yeah.
Other comments? I'm just looking at the list here that you've given us, and it just really shows on the org structure how important some of these things are. And, again, it gets back to, I see on your slide here, it's like kiosk, and it's like, they could be so helpful. It could really make a difference for people trying to get DMV access. And yet, if there's somebody like myself or even my parents, it's really difficult because it's something that we're not used to using. And so it's a barrier. We forget that the barriers can be something so simple as that, that prevents people from accessing our services. So I'm glad that you're taking a higher look at this and including everything, and not so much data set or data points. And I know on the transit side, for years, the federal government came to transit agencies and they wanted these certain data sets. How many people, did you serve, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, what does it matter if our buses don't have, an ability to speak in Spanish? Nobody is going to get it because our drivers don't speak Spanish, a lot of them, I mean, it's something as simple as that. It's like putting something in play and being able to count it makes such a difference in being able to access services. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And it seems like you always end up on the end of our agenda at the end of the
I know
day.
I'm starting to feel some kind of way.
So I think that the next time you report out, we're going to make you early on. How's that? So prepare yourself. It's coming.
Thank you so much.
You bet. But thank you. We're glad that you stuck with us all day long.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Hey, and we have one thing left.
You do?
We do. We have a decision because we pulled something from the consent calendar.
Oh.
And it's on the OTIP. And Daniel gets to be last. So, and he is so jolly and excited when he gets a chance to talk to us about money.
I know, and this is like, I'm
Good
actually
stuff.
really enthusiastic that you pulled this off consent, so I get a chance to talk about the bank. And so again, for the record, Daniel Porter, ODOT Finance and Budget Division Administrator, and this is a really exciting opportunity. The Oregon Transportation Infrastructure Bank, I don't think has gone, any of you have really been exposed to this. I don't know if we've had, you
Yeah, I
probably had
have.
at least one when we did the big refinance with Newburgh Dundee. But it is pretty rare that we would bring these before you. So let me just gonna give you a little bit background because you're probably like, what? ODOT has a bank? Like, how is this possible? And that it's true. We do have a bank. We operate an
Bank of-
infrastructure bank.
Oregon Transportation.
Yeah, so in the mid 1990s, Congress established a state infrastructure bank program, and it was established initially as a pilot program, and they had 10 states who applied, and we were one of them, and we got to be in the initial program, and then that carried into like a permanent program. Seed funding came from FHWA and FTA within matching state funds, so that gave us like this pool of funds of which we can start running this bank from. And we ended up codifying a lot of this in the Oregon statute and in terms of it's a transportation infrastructure fund. And then the bank is just a piece of the fund, the broader fund in general. And it is what we can actually fund with this is really broad. A transportation infrastructure project can mean something that is like your traditional road projects, which are like paving, striping, signals, that kind of thing. But also there's a transit piece of this. So we do a lot of work with transit districts and providing funds to buy equipment with. We also can do facilities. So again, it's a pretty broad sort of definition of what qualifies as a project. We've been working with the Business Oregon, who has their own version of an infrastructure fund, and they have a lot more money than we do, but the idea is that you can kind of have a complete project that it's some entity come to, and they have maybe the water and the sewer pieces of it, and we can do like the road pieces of it or something like that. Who is eligible is also really broad. It is traditionally who uses it the most are cities. Local governments and transit districts are the ones who utilize it the most, but we've had nonprofits, other local districts that have been established to take advantage of the program, because what we're doing is really offering you, it is a loan, right? It's not a grant, but it is really low cost, and it provides access to, and it's quick and fast, right? And so we're trying to fill gaps is what we're really trying to do. Like, or if you have, you have funding to get to so far, you need a little bit more, right? That's kind of where we're finding our niche at. Or if you don't have any other recourse, and this is like maybe the only way that you can reasonably get funding for a project. We don't have hundreds of millions of dollars, right? This is a tens of millions of dollars kind of thing. But we're not here to make money, and we are the government, right? We're not I mean, it's just like this piece of me that wants to try to make this sort of a private type of thing where you're trying to make a profit, but that's not what we're trying to do. We're actually, so we have a charge of 1% loan fee that is covering kind of the costs that we have to go through our, we have one person on staff, and then we have like DOJ costs and things like that we have to pay for. And then our interest rates, we peg that to the municipal market data yield curve, which is a bond curve. So you're talking like right now, depending on how long you want the loan terms to be, you're 2 to 4% in terms of rates compared to like prime rate, which is going to be a lot higher than that. So we're providing a highly rated borrower has access to really cheap money, essentially, which is again what we're trying to provide. We're not trying to make a big profit on this. We currently have 33 active loans with $75.5 million total loaned out in those loans. We have about 1.9 million in transit capacity left right now, and about 10.6 million in sort of the more of the road funds capacity left. We can issue revenue bonds, and interestingly enough on this, we've never done that because again, that's going to increase the borrowing costs for everybody. So we wouldn't want to do that until we had no other choice and we needed to, or had like a huge amount of loans that we needed to, invest in. That just hasn't happened yet. Regarding this particular project, right, this request is coming to you today because it's over 5 million, and that's the trigger point for when we bring things to the commission versus make decisions like internally. And most of our loans are well under that. I mean, most of our loans are probably in like the 1 to 2 million or even not less range. That this is a large investment for City Ashland. You know, the project includes extensive paving work, right? Bike, pedestrian improvements, signage and striping, and a rail crossing grade improvement. We're looking at a loan term of like 15 years with them. And then the interest rate actually gets set after you guys approve it. And then we kind of finalize those terms. And I just want to give a big thank you to our bank manager, Cindy Lesmeister. She has revitalized this program. It sort of languished for a long time. And when she's come on, we've had just a huge change in sort of the focus. And she's been much more into providing like an efficient customer process. She's good at marketing the program. You'll notice that you have in front of you, like I put a little pen and a little notepad there. And that's just kind of an example of the kinds of things that little things we've done to kind of give some exposure to the program. We want people to be aware of it. There's a little QR code. If you scan that, it takes you to our website for the bank, and it has a lot more information on it that you can access. So that's the story of the bank and why we're here for you with the loan request, and be happy to answer any questions.
So questions.
Do you have an ATM here in the building? Just a couple of comments. First of all, you know, this was new to me, so I'm happy to get the education, and it might be honestly an interesting vehicle to expand, you know, even if we're talking about issuing revenue bonds against this and having a little bit, you know, higher price, it might be worth it to the cities and those that are working on so maybe it's something for us to consider later on. That taking a look at the, you know, documents that you had attached, and I was thinking, okay, well, you know, as a bank board of directors, what am I looking for in this loan? The assessment of risk and the credit worthiness of the city, and making sure that it's collateralized, you know, having terms. The only question I had was the authority to sign on the borrower's side. In terms of a city, do you require the mayor, city council approval? What do you do to obligate a city?
Yeah,
as a borrower?
Great question. So each jurisdiction kind of has their own sort of requirements or covenants they would need to go through. So the city attorneys would also be looking at any of these loan documents and giving their approval. Usually it does go to the city council, and the city council would vote on it. And then like the city administrator or somebody who'd be signing it.
I think you have to produce a resolution.
Yeah.
You forward.
Do you ask for a resolution?
We usually see all of those. Yeah, those documents need to be provided before we can finalize the loan.
So I know recently, last probably 6 months, RVTD asked for a loan on a CNG compressor. We had to have a resolution with authority to sign.
Yeah.
All of those things. The documents had to be provided along with minutes from the meeting. So they asked for a lot of documentation to prove that this isn't just a city manager making a decision.
Yeah. Yeah, and we evaluate the credit worthiness of every potential borrower and assess, you know, interest rate risk associated with that. And also our region staff evaluate every one of these projects that are tied to, like this one is in Region 3. So the region staff, they had to sign off on it as well before it could move forward.
I know in ours, Public Transit Division had to sign off.
How do you,
Yes, you can ask. Sorry, just like, go ahead. I'm so tired.
I'm curious, you've got, how many staff do you have involved in this, and how do you
person.
service it?
So there's one staff and myself.
And you're servicing how many loans?
We have 33 active at the moment.
What are they, annual payment or more frequent?
Most probably pay. That's a good question.
Quarterly, I think.
Quarterly is a big. It's a
Quarterly
big
payments?
Is a big one. Some of them is annual though, or semi-annual.
And it's self-sustaining.
It is.
That's always a good thing.
Super.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it looks like there isn't a lot of money to lend.
Yeah, I mean,
It's getting down there now.
capitalizing the bank would always be, that's always one of my requests, because we can always, it's another potential use of redistribution for federal redistribution someday, if it ever, it's so we can use it on projects, we can feed the bank with it. I mean, the problem with redistribution, right, is that there's a lot of uses for it, so, but this is interestingly enough, that is one of the potential uses for redistribution is the bank. But the moment we've used all of our federal funds, we've washed them all through, and so you don't have the build things to federal standards. That's something kind of a big plus right now.
I know for transit it used to be the only way we could borrow match. A lot of times for vehicles was through the infrastructure bank before STIF. So STIF allows us to use it for match. But prior to that, this was one of the areas where transit agencies would borrow their match for buses.
Do you need a motion?
I do need a motion. Sorry, I'm
It's okay.
flipping pages
I
here.
gotta look, see what I got here. Which one?
You asked me now that I turned the page.
It's 6. Okay, here we go.
The P.
Say, I would move the approval of the city of Ashland's request for OTIB loan in an amount not to exceed $7,662,963.
Do I have a second?
I can second.
Okay. We have motion. Any more discussion? I just have one comment. Thank you, Commissioner Baker, for asking this to be pulled from the consent calendar. I think it was a good learning tool for the rest of the commission. So thank you for finding that. All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. With that said, I'm ready to adjourn our meeting unless there's anybody that is opposed to that idea.
Let me think about it.
Let me, oh, you're opposed. Okay. All right, then meeting's adjourned.